Good morning, colleagues. I don't want to delay us much longer. It's been about 4 minutes. Moses, can I ask that you just manage the admissions and we can bring more people in?
Noted, thank you.
Great, thank you, colleagues. So my name is Krish Chetty. I'm a senior research manager at the HSRC. We've been running these sorts of training programs now over the course of the last 2 years. But this is actually one of the more exciting initiatives that we've run over this period, where we've had 1,010 people register for this event, which is just mind-blowing for myself. And so I'm sure people will be joining as we go along. I'm just hearing the beep go off every minute or so as more people are signing on. So this is quite an awesome occasion for us, and we've also managed to bring in 2 or 3 other different centers to join us. So as you saw, as I did the sound check, we're connected to HSRC Pretoria. I'm based in the HSRC Cape Town office. We have CPUT's District 6 campus connected. We have UKZN's Howard College campus connected, as well as UKZN's Pietermaritzburg campus connected. So we're here from across the country today coming together. And then online, we have many. I see at the moment we have upwards of 350 that are online. So my message to all of you is welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
ANC.
Can I ask? And just as house rules, please, if you're not speaking, can I ask that we keep the mics muted, because with so many of us, it becomes a bit unwieldy to manage this. We'll speak about house rules in a minute again, please. But before I continue, is Thandeka with us? I would like to introduce Thandeka Midlechi, the head of our capacity growth and innovation division. Thandeka, if you are here,
yes, I am
please
here.
Put on, if you can put on your camera, and we'd just love a welcoming note from yourself. Thank you, Thandeka.
Thank you. So good morning, colleagues, our distinguished guests and our partners from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology and the University of KwaZulu-Natal. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the first HSRC AI Skills Development Academy. And I'm saying first intentionally because I'm hoping that there will be more of such initiatives to come. So this initiative represents a bold step forward for us as the HSRC. It positions us not only as producers of knowledge, but also as leaders in shaping how emerging technologies such as AI serve our societies. So the Academy is about more than artificial intelligence. It is about building the skills and capacity our people need in order to thrive in a world where AI is transforming how we live, it is transforming how we do research, it is transforming how we do our work. So through this training and applied learning, this academy will equip us to use or to learn to use how to use AI responsibly and effectively. So on that note, I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to making this initiative a reality. Thank you to our partners, and thank you to our Krish for your leadership. Thank you again and welcome to the Academy.
Thank you, Thandeka. That's much appreciated. Appreciate the warm welcome that you're offering all the colleagues. Can I also shift to Dr. Angelique Volskut, Research Director in the the Equitable Education and Economies Division here at the HSRC, and she also leads the Future of Education Research Hub. Angelique, are you with us? Could I trouble you to share a few words of welcome?
Thanks so much, Krish. Not a trouble at all. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this event and say a few words. So yes, as Krish has said, good morning, everybody, and especially our delegates that will be attending the sessions throughout the 3 days. We're very excited as the Future of Education Skills and Work Research Hub here at the HSRC to be partnering in a small way with this academy. And I'm privileged to speak briefly about the work of our hub, and which is really about, too often when we talk about future of work, the discussion begins somewhere else, in consulting reports or in the rhetoric of 21st century skills and future readiness. But in Africa, the future of work is unfolding every day in the lives of young people, navigating uncertainty and precarity and possibility. And so the work of our hub seeks to and must center. Can we just mute? Maybe. We seek to.
Sorry, Angelique, you can go ahead.
No problem. We seek to center lived experiences of young people. So we hope that through aggregating our work in the HSRC through this, that we will be challenging the assumption that employment and formal skilling is only even the best lens for understanding work. So it means we need new language, we need new policy tools and new learning systems and skills, such as what we are doing today, that meet young people where they are. So our work aims to develop frameworks that reflect African realities, frameworks that connect what young people actually do to what societies value, and that inform how governments, educators, and development partners can support meaningful skills and work. And yet, as we look to the future, we cannot ignore the growing influence of artificial intelligence on every aspect of life and work. And as we move to consolidate our work within the HSRC, it is important that we focus deliberately on training young people, experienced researchers such as yourselves, other academic staff and students to be proficient with AI tools and systems, not because technology itself is the solution, but because AI literacy is increasingly becoming a foundational aspect of participation in the modern work. But without intentional training and equitable access, AI, we know, risks deepening inequalities and reinforcing dependencies. And so through initiatives such as the Academy, our goal is not to create just passive consumers of technology, but active, critical, and creative users of AI. We must not just learn to use AI, but also to shape it, to build data systems, applications, and innovations that reflect African languages, cultures, and ethics. If the last generation's challenge was access to information, this generation's challenge is agency in this algorithmic world. So the future of work will belong to those who can pair human creativity and empathy with technological fluency. And it's our responsibility to make sure young Africans are among them. And thus we are happy to partner with initiatives such as this that aim to do exactly that. Thank you so much, Krish, and best of luck over the 3 days. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Angelique, and thank you for sharing that perspective from the work of the hub as well. Great. Thank you, Angelique. Next, we'll go to Dr. Sasha West at the CPUT campus. Sasha, can I invite you to share a few remarks if you can unmute?
Thank you, Krish. Just a warm welcome to our CPUT staff and guests that are here today on our campus. And then a very big thank you to Krish and his team at HSRC for all your hard work and putting this valuable workshop together. We really look forward to the next 3 days. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Sasha. Thanks for joining, and thanks for opening up the space for colleagues to join at District 6 as well. I'm going to go to UKZN now. I believe Dr. Nelly Sharpley might be there with the colleagues. Could I invite Dr. Sharpley, if she is there, to share a few remarks from the UKZN perspective? Kim, if you're in the room, you might be muted. Okay, colleagues, we're not hearing the UKZN boardroom or the main training room right now. We'll try and bring them back in later. But my thanks go to UKZN. There's been a strong appetite at both the Durban and Pietermaritzburg campus. They reached capacity well before the rest of the other centers, and probably trying to squeeze many people into the room today. And so, yes, we appreciate the strong support that we've received from UKZN. Before we go to the presentation, colleagues, I'd also like to recognize the contributions of the various facilitators that are with us across the room. So here in Pretoria, in Cape Town, you are supported by myself and Chebakazi Madiba. Chebakazi, you can just wave there. Thank you. In HSRC Pretoria, we have a few colleagues. I'm not sure how many are in the room right now, but are probably coming through. Petronella Sal, Petronella, you can wave. Wetumelo Ramezi, Jack, I saw you earlier. Thank you, Jack. Lindiwe Mulambazo, is Lindiwe in the room? She might be online. Okay. And is Stanley there? Stanley Moshiri?
No, Stanley's not here, Krish. I think he's busy in that other meeting.
Okay, no, appreciate it. And also strongly supported by Moses Mashlaga and Tabo Mpelo. Thank you, colleagues, for all your support from Pretoria. In UKZN,
but Penelope in the room and Lizu as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, colleagues, for joining. At UKZN, we have a few colleagues that are there. They may hear us, but not be able to respond right now. We have Jackie Harvey, Nandumiso Masuko, and Tahia Musa, well supported by Kima Debe. And at the UKZN PMV campus, we are led by, yes, we see you waving, Dr. Sianda Kwesa, that has been helping us, and we appreciate your support. Kim, is that you coming on?
Just no.
Colleagues in Durban, are you able to respond?
Hi, Mr. Jesse. I'm so sorry. We're trying to set on both sides. At the moment at the boardroom, we kind of have an issue with the camera. It doesn't pick up.
Okay.
But
And in
we
the main
have
room?
Stan here, our IT guy. He's trying to set it up for us.
Is Dr. Sharpley with you?
Yes, she will connect just now to greet you guys.
Is it? I'm not sure what the setup is there. Is it possible for her to make a few reflections now as a welcome message from UKZN, or shall we come to her later?
No problem.
Colleagues, with so many of us online, I'm going to request, if you're not speaking, to just to continue to mute yourself so we can continue the meeting. Yes, I think also, I'm not sure if I mentioned it now, in CPUT, just to recognize our facilitators, we have Khadija Khan and Kukanile Mali, well supported by Dr. Sasha West. So thank you, colleagues. Thank you for your support. Great. Yeah, so as I mentioned, we're coming to you from across the country. And what we have, before we kick off, is we have a Mentimeter exercise just to warm us up. And I'm going to put this up on the screen. The way it works, colleagues, is if you can point your camera at the QR code, you'll be directed to a web link. Alternatively, you can sign on to menti.com, and the password to join is on the screen, 79541883. And so the first question that we have is just to get a sense of how many of us are in the room, where are we coming from? And already I'm seeing Stellenbosch, Pietermaritzburg, Pretoria, Tokai, CPUT, Durban. And so we have, if I remember the last I looked, it was close to about 350, if not more, people online. So I want to give you a sense of where we're all connecting from. When I looked at the registration list last night, I saw representation from many, many countries on the continent. I saw Rwanda, Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya, Tanzania.
Meanwhile, this is not.
Moses, can I just ask you to monitor the muting? Yeah, so you can get a sense. So we have our main metros in South Africa well represented, and you can see from across the country, we have many contributions coming in. So you are all warmly welcomed, and this is an exciting moment for us to be able to share what we've learned in this way. I'm going to jump to the next slide, and this one is a little bit different. So now we know where we're coming from. The first question I have before I even start the presentation is I want to know, how are you actually using AI right now? Yeah, so colleagues, you can stop capturing where you're from. Now what we're looking at is how we're applying it. Yeah, so you can start to see it's research, writing, training for everyday life, systematic reviews, lesson planning, press space. And so what you find is AI is being integrated into so many things right now that you even find it being introduced into menti.com. And so what it's doing now is it's trying to get a sense of all the contributions that we're having. And it should create some groups in a second. Okay. While you continue to capture that, colleagues, I'll come back to that. I want to give Dr. Sharpley a minute. I saw the comment to say that she is connected again. Yeah, so can we invite Dr. Sharpley to make her contribution?
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, can you see me?
The camera hasn't come on yet.
Switch off.
But we can...
It is very. Okay. Good morning. We are here at the Durban Howard College campus, and we're trying still to fill up the space. We had a little day on our connectivity. We are still being helped there to have the live stream on camera, and right now we're still connecting on our computers, and we're looking forward to the training. It's exciting, and hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yes, we're exciting and we have an expectancy. Thank you for the rich program that you shared with us. So we're looking forward to the engagement and the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shapley. Thank you for sharing that perspective from UKZN. We'll be in touch in the morning now.
Back over to you.
Great. Oh, as we try to get Durban connected, we'll be in touch. But, yeah, we have a WhatsApp group behind the scenes, colleagues, and we'll be engaging there. So I'm going to put the screen back on just to give you a sense, colleagues, of how are we actually using AI right now. I'll wait for that to share in a minute. And so I've had about 195 responses to the Menti. And what you will see, it's research, it's writing, it's literature reviews. Many people say everything. So that gives you a sense of where it's coming in now. To write my articles, job applications, work and studies, rephrasing content, summarizing content, spell checks, report writing, proofreading, drafting letters, processing drone and satellite data. That's interesting. Research, art, and posters. Yeah, there's a lot that you can do graphically these days. One says, I've been afraid of using it, thinking that I will lose my academic integrity as a scholar. So these are the tensions that we must understand, colleague. These are the concerns that we have, and it frames the way we understand and work with AI. So there's a wide range of that, and it's not to say that that's an invalid response. That's a human response trying to understand how we grapple with this moment and what's happening. More comments helping with the overload, correcting grammar, writing in education, CV edits, quick searches, business administration, quick therapy tips, studying the Bible, and training writing, research writing. So very, very interesting ways that people are using AI today. So it's not clear cut. We all learn from one another as we go on. And what I'd like to say before we start this presentation is that as much as we are leading this academy, I would be hesitant to say any of us are experts in AI. If anyone has heard me speak before, or if you follow the news of what's going on in AI, these things change weekly basis, sometimes many times in a week. Just in preparing this pack, we had to revise our position so many times over um, because things were changing in the week as well. And so we had to think, did we capture that? Did we have that in the training? But colleagues, thank you. The idea today is first, if I go through the program, um, can we mute that, please? Moses, were you able to mute? Thank you.
Yes, yes, Krish.
Okay. Thanks, colleagues. Yeah, so in terms of what we have planned for you today and for the rest of the 2 days, today you're going to hear a lot of me at the beginning. I'll be giving you an introduction to generative AI, an introduction to what's happening in the world of AI, much of the news that's going on. Then after tea, I will hand over to my colleague, Chabakazi Madiba, and she will run through various AI tools that are out there, things that you can try out. After lunch, we then have a session where we'll look at the ethics of using AI in the research that you do. That would be led by Dr. Petronella Sal. And then following that, after a short body break, we'll run through some strategies of how to get the most out of these tools in terms of how you prompt them. Tomorrow, we have a big session in the morning focusing on much of what you need to think of when you're using AI for qualitative research. And so we'll be using various tools to explore literature, to analyze different pieces of information, and present that in many different ways, graphically, and using various forms of media. Then you'll hear from me again in the afternoon, where we'll talk about different AI agents that you can work with. And then following that, Dr. Sal will come back and she will lead a session on using AI to to help you with writing proposals. And so that's going to allow you to try and pull together everything that you've learned so far to help you with technical writing. And then on Friday, we have a very long session where we want to now use AI to do quantitative research. And so we're going to show you new ways that we've just learned about how you can use AI to generate code that you need to analyze data sets. And so, yeah, there's a lot going in here. We try to be as practical as possible. So the first session is going to be me going through much of the news. And so this will be the most where you hear somebody talking nonstop. After that presentation that gives you some background, some understanding of where we are, then we'll get into more practical work. And so we have many, many exercises which have been prepared. I see there has been a link that was shared in the chat for colleagues that are online. You should have also have received an email from me last night, which shares a link to the training materials folder. So that link can be accessed in the chat. Perhaps we can just share it throughout the day, colleagues. So those that are facilitating, can I ask you just to keep an eye on the chat as well as questions come in, for one, and also to respond to those sorts of requests. But yeah, look at that folder. You'll be able to download the presentation there, the program, the lesson plan that we have, and various other documents that are grouped by folder, which tell you what you have to work through for the various modules that we have. So each one of these items on the screen right now is a module that we'll be working through. Yeah, so the idea is that we want to build awareness. So we want you to familiarize yourself with these different tools. We want you to be able to walk away from here and say, I know how to use these things more practically. It's not this big myth that's around there about AI. Yeah, we want you to understand how to use them and how to use them ethically. And so we have a lot of guidance about that. And then as you go through the programs, you'll learn a lot about prompting strategies and how you use AI to increase your productivity. So I see the comments coming in the chat. Colleagues, just keep an eye there and you'll be able to access the Google link with the documents.
Send this via email.
I think you should have received it as well. Facilitators that are in the room, if you have any difficulties, can I recommend that you download the materials onto a memory stick and perhaps go around and help colleagues that are in the room to access those materials. Yeah, so we're a little bit behind time, but here's the beginning of the presentation. And I like, generally, if you've heard me speak before, you've probably seen this slide, but it gives you a good sense about where we are in this moment in history. And so the point that the slide is going to make, or is trying to make, is that we're at what's called an inflection point. So all through human history, technology, human development has progressed quite gradually. There's been one step in front of the other. It's been slow going, but we're at a point where the AI is now starting to learn and to improve itself. And so when the AI has the ability to learn, it doesn't learn at the pace of a human. It learns at the pace of a computer. And that is many, 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 many times faster than how a human can actually process the world, understand what's going on, and so on. So what you're going to see is that the capabilities of these tools are going to start to increase exponentially. And so the question is, are we right at that tipping point right now? Or are we maybe a year, 2 years away from that point where the AI starts to improve more drastically or exponentially? The point that I like to back that up with some stats. So you have different benchmarks which are used to measure the performance of of the AI. And so the one that's very popular is called the ARC AGI indicator, and this tracks the capabilities of the AI. And what you'll see is when ChatGPT was launched and it became quite popular, which was around about November 2022. At that time, you had a model which was known as GPT 3.5. And that model on this benchmark had a score of around about 4% or something like that, very low. And then what we found is as over the next 2 years, these models started improving more and more. And then in late 2024, towards early 2025, we solved the reasoning problem. And this is where AI learns to reason and think more deeply. And then what you find around about January this year, where we started off with 4% in November 2022, January this year, the tools, the O3 model, which came out from OpenAI, was clocked at 89 or 90, somewhere around there. Since then, we've had many more models which have come in since January, and they've actually gone off the charts. And so what they talk about is benchmark saturation, where once you score 100, you don't really know how well it is. So the benchmarks don't actually tell the story anymore about how well these models are actually. But to put that in more perspective, this chart gives you a sense about the IQ of these different these different tools. So the median human being, so that's the most middle person in the world, they have an IQ of 100. So if you think about yourself compared to who you might consider the most middle person, you can decide whether you are above 100 or under 100. But the point is, when the O1 model came out last year, it was clocked at about 120. Einstein is known to have an IQ of 106. In the course of in the course of the year, we had a few new models came in. Then you had the Gemini 2.5, and that was clocked at 128. The O3 model in April was recognized at 132. And then the latest that we've seen is when OpenAI released the GPT-5 model in August. It had a score of 148. And so it's fast approaching the capabilities or the IQ ability of Einstein. In terms of other news, I also want to mention last year we had a tipping point in terms of who's winning the Nobel Prizes. And in 1 year, you had two notable figures in the AI world winning Nobel Prizes. So Geoffrey Hinton is often known as the godfather of AI. He invented the transformer model, which underpins how all these different tools work, and he won the Nobel Prize for physics. There's no computer science Nobel Prize because when the prizes were created, computer science wasn't one of those disciplines that were recognized. But they recognized Geoffrey Hinton's work for everything that's now being built off his work on transformers. In the same year, you had Demis Hassabis, who is the CEO of Google DeepMind, and he won the prize for chemistry. And you might say that's weird how somebody in AI winning a prize for chemistry. What he did was he built an AI model which refers to which explores how proteins are developed. So proteins are the building blocks of medicine. And the stat that I remember was that all through human history, let's say for the last 50 or so years, we had generated about 60,000 protein patterns. And so that's over a course of 50 years, that's all that we've developed. In the course of 1 year, once the Alpha Proteo model was launched, their model was able to generate about 250,000 new proteins. So this is now making many breakthroughs in the field of medical science. And so we should be seeing new breakthroughs in medicines in the coming years. And so Demis Hassabis, who's now also been knighted um, by King Charles, as it were, is now Sir Demis for the work that he's doing. I'd also like to refer you to this particular slide, which talks about the developmental path that is being followed which was published by OpenAI, the company that brings you ChatGPT. And so when ChatGPT came out in November 2022, we had what was the start of conversational AI, when you can talk to it and it will give you a response. And so you can have that conversation. Last year, we had the breakthrough in reasoning. And so this is where it was found that if the AI spends more time thinking about a particular problem that you ask it, to be able to give you much better quality answers. And so now we've well cracked the ability of AI to reason. And so what comes next after this is that the next step is now developing agentic AI. And we are at a place now where we're making more progress this year in 2025 towards agentic AI. And this means this is where the AI can spend more time autonomously trying to solve a problem. So it uses its reasoning capabilities, it breaks down a problem into many steps, and then it just keeps making attempts to try and solve it. We haven't cracked it completely, but you're seeing new tools like deep research, which have come out, which are quite popular. And this is now leading to breakthroughs in agentic AI. The next level, the fourth level, is where you develop an AI which has the abilities to become a new scientific innovator. And so with its ability to act independently, with its ability to reason, you give it a particular problem and you ask it to try and solve that. And this is where the AI can come up with new science. And so this is where it will try to independently solve problems in that manner. We haven't quite gotten there, but what that we're seeing with Teo model that I just mentioned from Google DeepMind, we are making the first steps to the innovator level. The fifth is where the AI has the ability to conduct all the work of an entire organization. And so you could have just one CEO that then manages a fleet of different AI agents that then manages the functions of an entire organization. But then what does that mean for the world of work? So these are the big questions that we face. Somewhere along this line, it's very unclear, but somewhere at this point, we develop what would be known as artificial general intelligence. It's not quite sure whether that's the innovator level, the organization level, or somewhere in between. But this is where the AI has the ability to act in a generic definition would be highly autonomous, and it can outperform most humans at most economically valuable work. So when you use the word most, it becomes very unclear about where exactly you lie.
We believe as an industry that in the next 1 year, the
before I share this video, I'd just like to say, so these are the progress that's being made, but there's more progress on the road towards AGI. And this is how Eric Schmidt, a former CEO of Google, likes to think about where we're headed. And so it's good to hear it directly from him.
Will be replaced by AI programmers. We also believe that within 1 year, we'll have graduate level mathematicians that are at the tippy top of graduate. So that's 1 year, okay?
Krish, I don't know if you can hear me, but the volume is quite soft on our end. I'm not sure if it's across other centers as well.
Is that the volume of the video or the volume of me speaking?
The video specifically.
I'll try and boost the volume. 1 second.
We believe, as an industry, that in the next 1 year...
Is that better, Khadija?
Yes, Peter, thanks.
The vast majority of programmers will be replaced by AI programmers. We also believe that within 1 year, you will have graduate level mathematicians that are at the tippy top of graduate math programs. So that's 1 year, okay? What happens in 2 years? Well, I've just told you about reasoning, and I've told you about programming, and I've told you about math. Programming plus math are the basis of sort of our whole digital world. So the evidence and the claims from the research groups in OpenAI and Anthropic and so forth is that they're now somewhere around 10 or 20% of the code that they're developing in their research programs is being generated by the computer. That's called recursive self-improvement, is the technical term. So what happens when this thing starts to scale? Well, a lot. One way to say this is that within 3 to 5 years, we'll have what is called general intelligence, AGI, which can be defined as a system that is as smart as the smartest mathematician, physicist, artist, writer, thinker, politician. I call this, by the way, the San Francisco consensus, because everyone who believes this is in San Francisco. It may be the water. What happens when every single one of us has the equivalent of the smartest human on every problem in our pocket? But the reason I want to make the point here is that in the next year or two, this foundation is being locked in, and we're not going to stop it. It gets much more interesting after that. Because remember, the computers are now doing self-improvement. They're learning how to plan, and they don't have to listen to us anymore. We call that superintelligence, or ASI, artificial superintelligence. And this is the theory that there will be computers that are smarter than the sum of humans. The San Francisco consensus is this occurs within 6 years, just based on scaling. This path is not understood in our society. There's no language for what happens with the arrival of this. That's why it's underhyped. People do not understand what happens when you have intelligence at this level, which is largely free.
So he makes a few statements there. He's talking about where we are in the world in terms of how these systems are going to develop. He talks about AGI coming in the next 3 to 5 years. But he also uses the term ASI. ASI refers to artificial superintelligence, and I'll speak to that, about what that means. But he sees that within a 6-year horizon. So these things are happening very, very fast, and it's going to have dramatic impacts on the world of work. And so we have to be aware of these sorts of changes. And so I mentioned the AGI definition is quite contested right now. And much of the reasons of why it's contested relates to a contractual agreement between OpenAI and Microsoft. And so that agreement says that when AGI is reached, the contract between Microsoft and OpenAI will be cut, and OpenAI doesn't need to provide them any more data or access to the models. And so OpenAI wants to be generating, get access to other funders and so on. And so they're trying to say that we've already achieved it. So they had this generic definition: highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work. In the midst of their contractual discussions, they've changed that definition, and then they said it would be when AI autonomously can generate $100 billion in profits to their company. And so that's their definition, is when they've been able to generate that level of profit. Microsoft, the CEO Satya Nadella, he has got a bit of more ambitious definition behind AGI, and he says that doesn't really make sense. He says, no, when global GDP grows by 10% in a year, then we can consider that we've reached AGI. What informs this 10% mark? I don't know. When will we actually achieve a 10% growth? Do we understand the digital divide that affects us across the world? So that statement, I think, is very strategic so that Microsoft can continue to benefit from it. From Meta, the company that gives you Facebook, they have Jan LeCun, who's their chief AI scientist, and he says, no, we need to be a bit more circumspect in how we define this. And this is where the model that has, when it's self-supervised, it can conduct learning and it can have an ability to understand or perform reasoning much like a human can. At the same time, you have Steve Wozniak, who's a former COO of Apple, and he makes a statement that he thinks still stands up. And his statement was, when a robot can walk into your house, go to your kitchen, pull out a cup and make a cup of coffee, he thinks at that point we would have achieved AGI. So I don't know if the robots are able to do that right now, but he stands by that definition. Then Eric Schmidt made the comment about artificial superintelligence. And so that would be the level above the organizational level that I mentioned. And this, the weak definition that we have right now, it's still contested, but this is where the AI has the capability which exceeds that of all human beings working together at the same time, all people on the planet. So yeah, this, and Eric Schmidt is of the belief that this might happen within 6 years. So this is a dramatic change to the global economy. And this is the reason why I start off these presentations, not with the practical projects that we have, but with this framing, so you understand where the world is headed and that we need to act to prepare ourselves for these eventualities. There's also a very interesting paper which was released earlier this year by a few colleagues that used to be employed by OpenAI and have left, and then they've started their own firm, and they've created this website called AI 2027. And if you go to that website, it's got this very nice graphic which changes as you scroll through the website, and it gives you their predictions about where AI is headed. And so they see many geopolitical tensions that I've mentioned. They foresee rising inequality, but they lay out what's going to happen between now and 2027. And they're of the belief in 2027, superintelligence will arise. But getting there, they feel like this year we're going to see agents that aren't quite as good. They make many mistakes, but that will become more polished very quickly. 2026, we'll see AI taking over more work. So companies will be using AI to replace more people. There might be some big jumps in the stock market where companies think that they're seeing some benefits. And then in 2027, potentially we have this new superintelligence emerging. And then there's many questions where we just can't predict what a world with superintelligence will actually look like. And a big question I have when we look at this information is, and the way these models work is, where is the humanities discipline actually covered in the way these models are designed? So when we use that ARC-AGI benchmark or other indicators, they don't quite capture. When you listen to these guys, they talk about improvements in science and in coding and in maths. But are we actually understanding how well these systems understand humanities and the social impacts that these tools might have in the world? So this is a big problem, I feel. And so you do have that STEM bias predominantly. There's a new benchmark which has come up, and it's got quite a provocative name, and it's called Humanities Last Exam. And this, they say, is the last benchmark that you actually need to have, because in their view, they've pooled about 2,000 odd researchers, and they asked them to submit different questions about different disciplines. I would still argue that this is not well balanced, but in their exam, they have 2,500 questions which they pose to the AI. 41% of those questions relate to maths, 9% is physics, 7% chemistry. Humanities makes up just 9% of the questions that are asked in this exam. And the latest model that came out from OpenAI, when it was tested on this benchmark, it achieved 26.5%. But we perhaps might start to see greater progress being reached in here. But there's many questions about how are we actually understanding the humanity, how humanities are captured in these models. Next, I'd like to just touch on some of the news that we're seeing. And so I've been talking about ASI, and a lot happened early at the beginning of this year. So as the Biden administration was coming to a conclusion and Trump was going to take over, in March 2025, there was a report in the New York Times where they had interviewed somebody who worked for Biden, and he said they were well aware that AGI was coming, and that was their expectation that it was going to arrive during Trump's presidency. At the very start of Trump's presidency, I think it was day 2, he launched what was called Project Stargate. And this was together with OpenAI and some other big companies. And they've planned now to pool together $500 billion, which will be invested in new AI centers. And it's their belief that they want to have AI centered in the USA through this Project Stargate. And so you've seen a lot of investment now happening in the US, focusing on the AI infrastructure needed to run this. But the very next day, in fact, you had the launch of DeepSeek, which came out from China, and they launched a model which has similar capabilities to what OpenAI had put out, and it was much more efficient. And this triggered some sort of panic on the stock market, and they say $1 trillion was wiped off the total value of these stocks from the big American firms. And so there's some sort of panic now, is how good is China's AI? And so for me, it's very important that we also keep track, not just of the American tools that are out there, but also the tools that come from China. And you'll find the Chinese tools are still, many are free actually for you to use. And then just building on that, in January you had DeepSeek, in March you had Alibaba, which launched their tool called Quinn. And this one was 20 times more efficient than the way DeepSeek worked, but it had a similar level of capabilities. And so you are starting to see this battle between the US and China of who's going to have the best model. Last month, we saw some interesting news. Albania has officially appointed an AI minister. So this is not a minister responsible for AI. This is an artificial intelligence that is responsible for managing the procurement function across the country. And so they've given this AI the name Dila. That apparently means sun in Albanian. And as I mentioned, it's to deal with procurement. And their goal is to use this to get rid of the corruption that they find. So I don't know how effective that it would be, but this is the first country that actually has appointed AI to the cabinet. So it makes you wonder what's going to come next. And then there's big questions about the demand for AI in the global south. And I saw this very interesting chart last year, actually. And it was showing you the percentage of consumers that are using ChatGPT per the population in the country. And just have a look at where the global south is situated here. It's not US that's number one. When you take the number of ChatGPT users versus the population, it's India, it's Morocco, it's UAE, it's Argentina, Brazil. I think South Africa is at number 7. So we're quite high up in terms of the demand that's there for us to be using ChatGPT. If you look at the number of people that are actually using ChatGPT across the world, there was a lot of hype around it when it came out, but it's been gradually increasing. And you have about 838 million people as of August that are now using ChatGPT. If you look at this compared to the other tools, you look at ChatGPT, its competitors, Google Gemini, Perplexity, and Claude. This is the big 4 that are being recognized. ChatGPT makes up about just under 75% of the market share. But then you have your Google, which is 13%, Perplexity 6.5%, Claude AI at 3.4%. These are paid tools for you to get the most out of it. But I'd like to say there's more. There are other tools out there other than these 4 that I've mentioned, many that are coming from China that are also free. And we'll be sharing with you those different tools that you can work with. There was a very interesting report which also came out from Anthropic. Anthropic is the company that brings you Claude AI, and they looked at how people are using the AI across the world. And so they've got interesting pictures which are starting to emerge. And so this is their Anthropic AI usage index. And this shows you the share of people that are using Claude over the share of the working age population in those respective countries. And so, as you can see, the West, the US, Canada, Europe, Australia, these are the places where AI is most prevalent when you look at the share of the population. But South Africa perhaps is in that upper to lower middle tier. So this gives you some perspective of how we're using it compared to other countries. They also presented this very interesting breakdown about what people are actually using Claude for. And I would like to highlight the differences between the US and India, for example. So if you look at the US, it's about cooking, nutrition, helping with your job resume, some sort of relationship advice. Look at India. It's about using these tools to do coding, to fix web applications, to do debugging. It's mostly on the coding front. Look at Brazil. Brazil is saying they're using it for language translation. They're using it for legal assistance. And Vietnam is also very much related to web development. But also the fourth one there in Vietnam, it's creating those educational materials needed for teaching. So different perspectives in how what we're trying to use AI for. And so you start to see the difference in the developmental focus between these different countries. And then in terms of what overall, if you look at the entire globe, what are people using the AI for? We asked the question when we started. This is how you compare to the rest of the world. The orange bar here is when people use the back-end system of Claude, which is called the application program interface. The blue bar is when you're using the website to work with them. But majority of the requests are computer and mathematical related. Then you come down to office and admin support, followed by educational instruction. And so you can start to see the differences in how people are using the AI. But I also say it's important for us to think very critically about how these big tech companies are talking about AI and what their vision is for the future. So I'm going to share with you their perspectives, but I'm going to ask you to think critically about the statements that they're making. So don't accept it on face value. So in June 2025, Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI, a lot of controversies around this figure. He was also fired for 3 days about a year or two ago now. But ignoring all of that, he had released a blog post in June where he called it the gentle singularity. And he sees the singularity as that moment of that exponential growth that's starting to occur. And he says we've already achieved it. We're on that road. And superintelligence, he talks of becoming possibly in a few thousand days. Framed it weirdly, 1,000 days. But he's basically saying that superintelligence is coming and we need to think about it. He sees 2026 as the year where we have breakthroughs in new science, 2027 being the year where we see robots will come. He titles this the gentle singularity. But what he's talking about is immense changes in the world of work or how we relate to one another. But he still frames it as this gentle transition that's going to come. And he talks about intelligence being abundant, and access to intelligence will be about the same cost as accessing electricity. But what we're seeing right now, when you use ChatGPT, you got to pay $20 a month for the plus account, $200 a month for the pro account. So I would argue that intelligence is not free right now, and that you've got to pay a lot of money, and the infrastructure is very expensive. His competitor, Dario Amodei, had in his post in October last year, and he titled it Machines of Loving Grace. He was a bit more circumspect compared to Altman. He was saying we expect there to be marginal returns to intelligence, meaning you'll only get benefits out of it if you have access to infrastructure and we solve some of the digital divide problems that we see. But he does see there potentially being breakthroughs in health and economics and so on. He made a statement there that he thinks this year we're not going to see call centers, or we're going to be transitioning away from call centers. My wife said, my wife, sorry, can we mute there, please?
Look, I'm asking for the updated parliamentary program. Not.
Okay, so colleagues, I wasn't asking for the parliamentary program. But what I was saying about Dario Amodei was that he talked about this machines of loving grace, and he said we're not going to have call centers. And my wife actually told me she got a call last week from an AI, and the AI was talking back to her and asking her questions. So there's some truth in the statement that he's making that we won't be having call centers in the near future. At the same time, he said that the previous statement in October, earlier this year in June, he then had a change of heart and he says we're going to see a white-collar bloodbath in the coming years. That's the way he's been framing it. And he says we're going to see half of all entry-level jobs, this being in the US, that are likely to disappear. So these tech companies, they're aware that these changes are coming, but they do want to frame it in a way that's where you think less that it's not going to be this dramatic moment. Imad Mostak is an interesting figure. He used to lead a company called Stability AI, and this was providing open source image generation. He then left and is trying to now come up with what he calls decentralized AI systems, and so that this is where AI can be managed by the people that are in there. But he also thinks AI can reduce the cost of intelligence. But he says the biggest problem we have right now is that the control of AI is monopolized. So it's your big tech, which seems to own the manufacturing or the own the AI systems in itself, and so then it will then own the means of production of the future because of the types of control that they have. And so he says, with AI becoming more and more apparent, we need to now rethink of our economic models. We need to think, how do we deal with these changes that are going to happen in the economy? And he also makes the statement that we need AI awareness. And I agree with him on that, and that's why we do these sorts of workshops. And let me quickly ask that you mute if you're not while I'm presenting. And I'd like to now just run through a few different use cases of how people are using AI in the research space. So the one example I want to share with you is the Large Hadron Collider from CERN in Switzerland. And so this, what they found is that when they send these particles around the Large Hadron Collider, it's this huge space. I forget the size of it. I think it's about 40 kilometers long. But in 1 second, every time a particle smashes into another, it generates about a megabyte of data. And every second that the system is running, it generates about 40 million collisions. So that's 40 million megs of data is generated every minute. So I'm sure there's no human that can possibly sit with 40 million megabytes if you just get 1 second's worth of data to be able to make sense of all of that. So they use AI to analyze this immense set of data, and this is how they process it. So here AI is an extension of the scientists working there. They use AI as a tool to explore this data in detail. I can't tell you that we'll be able to show you how to have the capabilities of the CERN Large Hadron Collider, but we'll give you some guidance over the next few days about how to use AI to analyze your data. An interesting tool that came out was Ladderbot. There was a German institute where they developed an AI agent to conduct interviews like a human would. But what they found is that the Ladderbot tool was able to achieve better quality interviews compared to humans. So the AI was able to reach many people all at the same time, and was able to conduct lengthy interviews, and it was able to do that in a way which was much more consistent than how a human would. Imagine if you are conducting 100 interviews. How often would you have the same structure throughout those interviews? You're a human, it would change, and so the consistency won't be there. But the AI was able to do it um, much more strongly or more consistently, and they were able to get a better quality set of responses. There's a hand that's raised. Would somebody like to make a comment?
Hi, sir. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to ask what was the unit of measurement for the quality of responses by that chatbot? Was it the human participants or was it maybe just efficiency?
Quality was in terms of consistency and the depth of questions that it was able to raise in the course of this of the interviews. Often humans.
Was there any
Go ahead.
was there any response from the participants?
I didn't see that in the report. They were talking about the quality of the output. That would be an interesting point to recognize. Yeah, thanks. So it was the depth of the interviews. What they found, the AI was able to ask many follow-up questions. And so it was able to go off script and go deeper into what was expected. And so the process was more reproducible. Another interesting example is that there was a group that had developed digital twins. So a digital twin is where the AI is to replicate the behavior of a particular person or a particular system. And what they found here was that the way they did it is I forget the numbers offhand now, but I think they did interviews, about a 2-hour interview with a group of about 100 people or so. And so they did this 2-hour interview where they were exploring the worldview of what these people thought of, how they approached problems, and then they fed that information into the AI, and they asked it to now mimic the responses that this might make to a particular question. So they asked the AI a question, and then they asked that person a question, and they found that 85% of the time they were able to match the type of answer that the human was able to make. And so this is interesting. It could be a nice way to try and simulate research into policy, because you get a sense of what people are interested in, and you can then, if you can mimic what their thoughts are, you'd be able to try out different scenarios without impacting somebody's life. And perhaps that can then be tested. So there's different ways of using the AI to explore this. And then this one is not quite research. We also wanted to share this idea. There was a study done about human bias in using AI, and it was a study done amongst a sample of 50 doctors. And so they gave the doctor a series of cases, and then the doctor, using AI, was able to diagnose what was going on correctly 74% of the time. When a doctor used AI,
Excuse me, Krish, there's a hand.
I'm not sure if it's a legacy hand or if she's been answered.
might be a legacy hand.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I think we'll go on. I'm almost done with the presentation, and then we'll take rounds of questions from colleagues. Where was I? Yeah, so when the doctor was when the doctor used AI, the accuracy of their diagnosis only improved from 74 to 76% of the time. When ChatGPT was given the AI, given the case without any preceding information, without providing it any additional details, ChatGPT alone was able to diagnose these cases with 90% accuracy. So now it raises many questions. So when the doctor uses it, are they trying to direct the AI to a particular conclusion? And in that case, perhaps they are not recognizing some of the details of the case. And perhaps that might explain why the change in accuracy only increased by 2%. But it also asks questions is, can we actually trust the AI? And would you want to just provide your case details to an AI to get the answer? So there's questions about bias and perhaps about awareness about how to use the AI. So you don't want the AI to mimic what you are saying. You want it to test your assumptions and to find more interesting conclusions based on what you're seeing. So you're getting different perspectives coming to what you talk about. So yes, thank you, colleagues. That's the initial presentation from me. We have in the lesson plan, I have that open. So colleagues, if you have the lesson plan, and if you go to module 1, there's a link which takes you to, oh, my screen hasn't changed. So if you click on this link, let me just pull this out and put it back in. 1 minute. I see your hand. I'll come to you now. I just want to get people oriented with the lesson plan. So colleagues, there is a Word document in the pack that I shared. So there's two things that we can do now. We can have a discussion, and so I will recognize the hands that are coming, but you can also, this PowerPoint, so let me kill it. There's a so there is a lesson plan in the pack. And in that lesson plan, if you look at module 1, there's a link that you can use. If you click that, what we've done is we've generated a NotebookLM project. So this will open up now. So in this project, I've added a whole lot of sources of information about where AI is headed. I have many different outputs that have been generated, videos and podcasts and things that you can explore, which explore this news. So you can click on that link and try it out. On my side, I can create new videos. On your side, you won't be able to see that. It should look something like this. So you'll find that you have all of these inputs, and you can see these different pieces of output that were generated. So I invite you to ask questions. Tell me, what is ASI? Where are we headed? And it will give you some interesting perspectives based on all the information that's there. So colleagues, yeah, please try it out. I see somebody has shared it in the link. I think it's the same project. But at the same time, I think let's have a conversation. So I'm just going to go back to Teams and have a look at what people are saying. There was a hand just now with someone who had raised that hand, like to come in and make a contribution.
Hi, good morning, Doctor, and thank you for having us. This is a wonderful event. My comment was, we access your folder, however, module 1 and module 6 is not there. So I see that somebody did share the notebook link for us, but the other modules, I think we need access to that as well, please.
Let me just show you what I mean. So all the information is in the shared folder. This shared folder was a Google Drive folder. So if you access that link, I will put it back in the chat now as well. But if you're in here, you have some folders with, this is the materials that we'll use in the exercise. If you look outside of that, you have, let me change the view here. You have a lesson plan document, which has all the details of all the exercises that are there. You also have the program, and you have the presentation that we're busy working through right now. So when I refer to the lesson plan, it's this Word document. So you can download it from here and have it open on your machine privately.
Okay.
You could access it online. So yes, we should be able to, I will just share that again. I'll put that in the
Okay,
chat.
thank you.
For everyone. I saw a hand from CPUT. I'll go there first.
Good morning.
Can you hear, Krish?
Okay.
Yes, I can.
I was just wondering about the super intelligence. I feel a bit that it's like we're creating our future boss, or you could say our future nemesis, as if you watch all these movies and things, because these things will be able to be autonomous and take control of systems and things. So shouldn't there be more regulation around that, that people shouldn't just create it, or there should be a consensus of the world first before people allow something like that? If we're 6 years away, we still 6 years have time to think it through, because pretty soon we'll have things that are more cleverer than the collective of us that can make decisions and control our electrical grid and possibly military systems and stuff like that. And so that's just a bit of a concern. And I think is there no discussion around that of policing instead of just racing towards super intelligence?
Yeah. So if you look at the leaders of AI, that's the US and China. And so the US position right now was to scrap all regulations that were introduced by the Biden presidency. And because they are in this race with China, it's immensely important to them for political reasons, militaristic reasons, to be the leaders in AI. And so the Trump position has been to have no regulations on AI. The Chinese position is somewhat detailed, but they are also somewhat different, but they are also in this race, and they're trying to overcome the trade issues that go on with Trump. But yeah, so with the competition, there's less likelihood that that these systems are going to be regulated. And this is a problem, and you are very right in saying that this thing is only 6 years away, potentially, with dramatic consequences for the world. We need to be thinking about this more carefully. In South Africa, I'm aware that you have the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies that put out an AI policy framework, ways for us to be thinking about AI in the country, but we haven't yet released the South African AI strategy about how will we recognize these changes and respond to it. We're very afraid, I feel, of making commitments, and then these things perhaps potentially are out of sync of where the world is going. And so we have this paralysis, my personal view, of how to respond to the moment. And yeah, in a world that's changing quite quick, we need our policy space to be responsive and also to be agile and respond to the way the technology is changing. And at the moment, we don't have that sort of system in place to make those changes. But you're very right in raising these concerns. And this is the issue about awareness. We want colleagues, the general public, to be thinking about these issues so that you you know how these things might be affecting us. I'll go to the second hand, unless are there more in CPUT? No. Okay.
No.
Okay. Thanks, Khadija. The next hand I see is Cindy. Cindy, would you like to make a contribution?
Good morning, and thanks, Krish, for giving me the platform to add my contribution. Well, I feel like this conversation is very important, particularly because I'm in the medical field, and I realized that there are quite a lot of misdiagnosis happening, particularly in health. And I believe that with AI coming into power, it's going to be an issue of ethics, one. The other thing is how do we make sure that we govern data, protect data, because we know that some of these platforms, they don't conform to data standards or ethics. And the other point that I wanted to make is, why do we need AI when we have lab techs and scientists, molecular scientists or medical scientists to confirm diagnosis? I mean, with the rate of misdiagnosis that's currently happening in the medical field, I feel it's of a concern that we include this for medical doctors. So I think that's where my pointers are with regards to AI. Thanks.
Thanks, Cindy, for that contribution. So you're very right about the issues of privacy, and we talk about this in the ethics session at some detail as well. The key point is that you have to be aware is whatever you put into proprietary AI goes back into the training data. And so if you are putting in personal information, that seeps into the model in some way. And so you've got to be aware that these chatbots do consume the information that you provide to it. On the medical front, I don't want to advocate either way, but what I would say is there are emerging trends where if someone uses the AI appropriately and they address all of these privacy concerns, you can use the AI to amplify, to boost your capabilities. And so perhaps the lab techs using AI might be able to spot something that they might not have been able to spot before. So perhaps AI empowers in some instances. But the question is, will AI empower or will AI replace? And so that's a question about how we implement these tools and how we apply them in the work that we do. Tandeka, can I go to you next?
Yes, thank you, Krish, for this wonderful presentation. So my question is a bit similar to the first question. So these AI technologies are largely controlled and developed, by the powerful nations and corporations that some of them you've outlined in your presentation. And these technologies, in my opinion, could reinforce global inequalities. So my question would be then, what policies or frameworks are needed in order to safeguard Africa or the global South from AI colonialism? Thanks.
I don't have the perfect answer for you, Tandeka, but what I would say is when you approach the policy perspective, you've got to have that developmental focus in mind. You can't be thinking about it from a business perspective alone. We have the danger of AI accelerating the digital divide, accelerating inequalities. So my argument has always been that we need to understand how to empower people. And perhaps there's a way where the AI could become a leveler in some ways. Sometimes I like to think about if a spaza shop owner, for argument's sake, was empowered to use AI, how might they use that to build their business so that they can compete with the more technologically savvy big corporates? And if they have that familiarity and knowledge, perhaps their businesses can be strengthened. And so then what do you do from a policy perspective to empower the spaza shop owner? So you've got to have that perspective about how AI would be used. That's my my personal approach. And I imagine these are some of the discussions that we have going on in the world, in the country. We have four more questions. I'm going to try to rapid fire. So the four that are here, I'm going to ask you to come in, and then we're going to try and take a tea break at 10:35, colleagues, if you don't mind. So first, let's go to Lauren. Can I ask that you keep it short, and perhaps we can raise these questions also if there's a longer version in the next session when we come back from tea. So Lauren, over to you.
Thank you. It may not be much of a question, just a little bit of an answer to Tandeka's question. I'm an archaeologist and paleoanthropologist, and switching over to digital anthropology. There are lots of organizations in the global south that are looking to create something called an AI of our own, where we create decolonial frameworks to ensure that we are not getting cultural and language erasure that echoes through the colonial frameworks. And it's a very interesting and pivotal time, and very exciting. So there are movements happening, there are talks. We are looking at ethics and policy, but obviously not fast enough. So if that helps.
No, fantastic. I love hearing different perspectives and the archaeological view. Let's go to Maruf.
Thank you very much for bringing up this good initiative. Thanks a lot. But two questions basically, and I'll be very quick. A lot has been said about AI being a leveler. But in your own opinion, will you say African government or government basically in the global south are trying to make sure that this particular AI are used in the most beneficial way so as to probably improve the economy? Then number two is that which area do you think we should focus on in the global south in using this AI to empower citizens? Thank you.
That's a big question about how are we actually responding. I don't have a good answer for you on that one. I know that places like Kenya and Nigeria on the continent have made progress in releasing AI strategies for their countries. I can't speak to the depth of the quality of the developmental focus that perhaps they've included in there. So if you could look up those policies to see how well we're responding. What was the second question again? I had it was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I was asking that which area do you think we should be focusing on, in the global south?
You got it right. Education and small business development. I think education comes first. If we can empower our teachers, help them address the large students to teacher ratio that we have in our countries, perhaps there's many benefits that can be had in the education sector. And I'd also like to see AI being taken up more by the small business owners. So those are my two top personal priorities. Teboho, over to you. Teboho Ramolo, are you with us? I don't think Teboho is there. And we go to Situ Tukile Amieni.
Yes, thank you very much. Krish, I have a question that came to me when you were presenting about the Ladderbot AI for as an interview agent. So for myself, I'm in the social work field, and from an implementation and humanistic perspective, I want to ask, in terms of the bots and the AIs, do you think they can, okay, you said they simulate, right? They can be used to simulate responses in terms of what the person can say, depending on the prompts and what the question is, or what the circumstance is, or the scenario. So then I'm thinking, do you think they can replace human contact and human capital in terms of, for example, professionals in the social sciences and the humanities? 1,000 more days or 10 years from now? Would this be possible?
Possible, yes. Should we do it? I don't know. I think the human contact is very important. So there were two tools I spoke to. One was Ladderbot, one was the digital twin. The Ladderbot gives you that capability of going into more depth in the interview. The digital twin was mimicking the response that the person was making, and it had like a 80% match. The digital twin, I would say, is a useful policy mechanism, policy instrument. So that's where you're doing the interviews, but you're feeding it into a model to understand this is what people's preferences are, and this is how you can plan ahead of time. Should we have the AI replace the human interviewer? I don't know. Potentially, you could have use the AI to reach more people, but maybe you need to have the human guiding it in the way. So we have to rethink really how we're going to be integrating AI into our research processes. In the training that we don't actually advocate for Ladderbot or any of these tools. I don't think it's there just yet for us to adopt now. I've just raised it here so that you see where these things are headed to get a sense of what's possible.
Thank you.
Ms. Seister, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you. Good morning. It's Chantal Seister. I just wanted to ask a question based on the policies that Doctor mentioned, right? So each country, they are trying to find ways how to respond to AI. And specifically South Africa, I just wanted to know what current policies are in place so that we can familiarize ourselves. I studied, my master's degree was in knowledge management, organizational learning, and human capital development. And then I brought that into community services and community development. So from a community development perspective, I wanted to know, and knowledge sharing, I wanted to know what policies already exist, what is the response of South Africa, and then if I, as a practitioner, wants to take what is currently happening to the community, because I'm also a NPO board member, so I do a lot of volunteer work within the community, and just to create some awareness through what I'm learning today, through my field that I specialize in. I think that would really help to empower the community. And also, I work with young people as well, especially those who want to register a company through NYDA. So I help them also through the NPO with registering a company with CIPC and helping them with NYDA to create awareness. So I'm just thinking about all of these things, and then how can I go back to the community and educate them on what we are currently speaking of.
So I have two answers for you there. So in terms of what policy there is, it's very little. So the one that was launched was, I can't remember if it was early this year or late last year, but the Department of Communications and Digital Technology released a policy framework document. And this really speaks to how we should be thinking about implementing AI policies in the country, but it doesn't specifically dictate this is how we should do it. It's more about an approach of how we might get to the strategy. And then the second point that I'd like to make is that everybody that's invited here, yourself included, I'd like you to think of yourself as an ambassador. Today, you're learning something about where AI is headed. At the end of the program, you can go back and say, I've learned how to apply AI using these tools. This is a nice way of solving this problem, and show others that you work with about how to use it, and that can empower them. So that's my one wish for everyone that's here, is try to share what you've learned. Share the materials that we're sharing with you. I hope those are useful. Reach out to us in future if you'd like us to engage in your communities or something. It's something that we take great pride in, and we would like to share the message as widely as possible. Colleagues, I see another 4 hands, and I know we're well past the tea break deadline. Can I recommend we break for tea now, and we come back in 10 minutes? So yeah, colleagues, that's, let's say, 10 to 11. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thanks for a very stimulating discussion.
Tell Nosipo Brandao, I'm watching her. She must do my survey now. I am watching you. I am watching you from the screen. Sit down. It's a 10-minute break and do my survey, Nosipo Brandao. Thank you very much. I am watching you.
Colleagues, while we're on break, I just want to check if how is Durban doing? Have you managed to get the camera working?
I let them. Hi, Jeff, can you hear me?
Jackie, was that you?
Yeah, so we don't actually continue. I didn't hear you properly in this room. Let me try get someone from IT. That's what's gonna happen with.
I was just asking if the cameras,
They're gonna give us enough.
if you've managed to get the camera working. If that's easier or harder. What you come. Okay. Um, Colleagues, we're back. We can kick off again. Just let's do by show of hands just to see if all the rooms are ready. Pietermaritzburg. Yes, a few hands coming up in the chat. Great. CPUT is coming.
Krish, let me call someone from the So
Yes. Slow experience transition, but hopefully books are on. So basically, it is that and just as FYI.
Yeah, I think while Pretoria's getting ready, I think most of the other rooms are up and ready. Colleagues, thanks. I hope you've had a good tea break. We're going to kick off the second module of the session, which is, what did we call it? A review of generative AI tools. This will be led by my colleague, Chebakazi Madiba, who is a new researcher who has joined us here in the Equitable Education and Economies division. Before I hand over to Chebakazi, I just want to do a quick exercise. We'll have a look. I'll have a look at colleagues that are online and in the rooms, and a show of hands. How many of us have used ChatGPT and are familiar with ChatGPT? Can we do a show of hands? Peter Maritzburg, I'm not seeing hands. Okay, great. Gemini. Oh, hello, Patrick. Good to see you. I'm seeing many hands online. Now let's try the next one. Google Gemini. How many of you have used Google Gemini? Show of hands. The hands are dropping. So please lower your hand if you haven't used Google Gemini. Third one is a Chinese one. It's called Quinn. How many of you have used Quinn before? Quinn is new. I see Sianda and Peter Maritzburg has used Quinn, and less hands online than were before. So that's what we're about to cover today. We're going to explore different types of AI tools that perhaps you might not have heard of. So I'm going to hand you over to my colleague, Chebakazi, who will help you with this review that we're going to conduct. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, we'll put the slides back up. And yeah, Chebakazi, we are in your hands.
Thank you, Krish. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your presence today. I'm going to take you through module 2, which is review of generative AI tools. I'm sure everyone has seen a lot of hands. Everyone has used and are familiar with some of the tools that we're going to be discussing. I'm going to be taking you through the slides. What is generative AI? Generative AI is basically a branch of artificial intelligence that doesn't just analyze data. It creates new things that could be text, image, music, computer codes, even videos. It works by learning patterns from large amounts of data, then generating something new that looks like it came from some sources. In the bigger AI picture, generative AI sits within the machine learning and more specifically, deep learning disciple. What makes it stand out is its ability to be creative, to simulate, to design, and to automate in ways that feels very human. So when we talk about AI today, generative AI is a piece that's really capturing attention because it's one that's producing new and useful output we interact with. Generative AI isn't just a buzzword. It's a catalyst for unlocking unprecedented opportunities in academic research. Firstly, it significantly enhances research efficiency. Imagine automating tedious tasks like literature review, initial data collection, and preliminary analysis. This frees up invaluable time, allowing researchers to dedicate more energy to high-level thinking, critical analysis, and hypothesis generation. Secondly, AI offers advanced analysis capability. It can sift through vast, complex data sets, identify subtle patterns and insights that might be overlooked by human analysis alone. This leads to a deeper and more nuanced understanding of research problems. Thirdly, it improves scholarly communication. AI can assist in creating compelling visualization and clear, concise summary of complex findings, making your research more accessible and impactful to a broader audience. Finally, by demonstrating innovative methodology and strengthening proposal with AI enhanced analysis, researchers can significantly increase their funding opportunities. It positions your work at the forefront of modern research practices. When we talk about AI models like ChatGPT, everything starts with tokens. A token is just a smallest chunk of text the model can understand. It's not always a whole word. Sometimes it's a part of a word, punctuation mark, or even a single character. On average, you can think of it as around one token is about 3/4 of a single English word. So about 750 words equals to about 1,000 tokens. And now the context window is a model's working memory, meaning the number of tokens it can handle at one time. A small context window means the model can only remember shorter conversation or documents, while a larger one means it can track longer threads of text and give richer and more connected responses. That's why context window matter. They set a limit on how much AI can take in and work with at once. This is your foundational AI toolbox. So to begin our practical exploration, let's look at some foundational general purpose AI tools. We can immediately enhance your research, writing, and query processes. We start with ChatGPT. I've seen a lot of hands when it comes to ChatGPT, so everyone is familiar with it. A versatile tool that is renowned for general writing, brainstorming, and summarization of information. Then there's Claude AI, which excels in advanced languages, tasks, and understanding longer context, making it ideal for in-depth documentation analysis. And then we have Qwen from Alibaba, which features powerful web search and thinking mode, which are incredibly efficient.
Can we mute whoever that might be?
Thank you. We talk about Qwen from Alibaba, which features powerful web search and thinking mode, which are incredibly efficient for more complex queries. And then we have Gemini from Google that offers strong multimodal capabilities, integrating various forms of data. And beyond these, we have others like DeepSeek, Meta AI, Chat from Mistral, and Code.com, which offer a unique strength. Let's dive deeper into ChatGPT. It offers a range of models, including GPT-5 Pro, GPT-5 Thinking, and GPT-5 Mini, catering to different needs and complexities. It features Its features is that extensive from a canvas for visual brainstorming, robust document analysis, and image generation capabilities. To integrated search and voice interaction. Notably, it includes Sora for video generation, which is significant advancement. For researchers, features like project, deep research, and memories about you, you can personalize and streamline workflow. The ability to create custom GPTs allows for tailored AI assistant regarding access. The free version has limitations, typically around 10 queries. And then we have paid tiers plus at $20 per month, and we have Pro at $200 per month. They offer expanded capabilities, and the impressive 256 K token windows means it can process and generate very long text, which are crucial for comprehensive research tasks.
And Sora 2 came out last night, colleagues, if you're interested. So better video generation than before.
Next, we have Alibaba, Quen, Chinese have brought us a very powerful tool. It's a powerful contender in the AI space. It boosts models like Quen 3 and Quen 2.5 next. A standout feature is a reported 20 times greater efficiency compared to DeepSeek, making it incredibly fast for processing. Quen integrates thinking and search modes, similar to other advanced AI tools, but it offers unique artifacts like presentation mode and coding mode, which can be highly beneficial for academic outputs. Its multimodal capabilities extends to image, video, voice, and even video chat. Interestingly, Quen is primarily offered as a free model, making it highly accessible. While most models have a 128K window, the 2.5 turbo version, which offers an impressive 1 million token window, allowing for extensive document processing and generation. Moving on to Anthropic Claude, which is highly regarded for conversational abilities and ethical AI development. It offers models such as 4.1 Opus, 4 Sonnet, and 3.5 Haiku, each optimized for different performance levels. Claude's features include artifacts generation, strong documentation analysis capabilities, and project for organizing work. It also provides integrated search, diverse writing styles, and extended thinking for more complex reasoning. Its ability to connect with Google Drive and Gmail along with other connectors enhances its utility for researchers. The free version has a usage limitation depending on the server load. Paid subscription, which is Pro, is at $20 per month, and Max is at $100 per month. They offer increased access and capabilities. The token window for the free version is 100K, while paid user benefits from 200K token windows, allowing for substantial text processing. We move on to Google. Google Gemini, which is a powerful and multimodal AI. Gemini comes in various models, including 2.0 Flash, 2.5 Flash, and 2.5 Pro. Its features set incredibly rich, encompassing a Canva for creative work, specialized gems for specific tasks, and robust documentation analysis. Gemini has built-in search. It can generate images and support voice interaction. Its advanced reasoning capabilities, integration with Google Drive and Gmail, and the inclusion of VO3 for video generation makes it highly versatile for researchers, deep research, search history integration, and even podcast on 2.5 for audio overview are significant. It even assists with simple web building, website building. The version has rate limits while Pro at $20 per month and Ultra at $300 per month offer enhanced access. Gemini's token window is particularly impressive, with 2.0 offering 2 million tokens and 2.5 offering 1 million tokens, and enabling it to an extremely large data set and documents. Then we move to Poe.com. It offers a unique aggregator platform, providing access to a multitude of other chatbots all in one place. This means you can interact with various AI models without needing to separate subscription or accounts for each. Its usage is based on points system, which is a common monetization model. A significant advantage of Poe is its ability to build custom bots, similar to creating custom GPTs, allowing users to tailor AI assistant to specific needs. In terms of cost, we have three tiers. The free tier is 3,000 points per day. For intensive use, subscriptions are available, which is 100 per month, and the 100 it grants you 10,000 points daily, and 400 per month it will give you 1 million points a day. So this platform is excellent for comparing different AI models and finding the best fit for various research tasks. And we have XAI. So XAI is from Grok. It's known for its integration with X platform. Grok offers several models, including Grok 4, which is paid, Grok 4 Fast, and Grok 3. Its features are tailored for comprehensive information processing, document analysis, web search, and specialized X search. For the content within the X ecosystem, it includes Think Deep Search and Deeper search, modes for progressively more thorough investigation. Grok also offers image editing capabilities and provide daily updates, which can be useful for staying current with trends. The free version has limitations, while Pro subscription is $30 per month. Regarding token windows, the free version provides 128K, and Grok 4 offers 256K, and Grok 4 Fast boosts an impressive 2 million tokens, making it suitable for extensive data handling and rapid analysis.
Sorry.
Next up is Z.ai, an AI platform that appears to be highly specialized. It features models such as GLM 4.5, GLM 4.5D, and GLM 4.5E. A consistent token text window of 128 K indicates that its capacity for handling substantial textual input. Z.ai emphasizes advanced reasoning and notably optimized for in problem solving, making it a strong candidate for research in science and scientific and technical fields. Its multimodal capability suggests it can process various data types. For academic output, deep research features is valuable, and the unique AI slide mode and magic design mode, which is graphical, are particularly exciting, offering automated assistance in creating visual appealing presentation in graphic directly from research content. And finally, in the overview of general AI tools, we have Kimi.com, which offers Kimi K2, Kimi K1.5, while its token context window is currently unpublished. Kimi.com is noted for its strong performance in the benchmark, indicating its robust capabilities. It is a multimodal AI capable of processing different data formats. Key features include advanced reasoning, integrated web search, and vision reasoning, which is crucial for interpreting visual data. For researchers, the slide maker or OCR, optical character recognition functionalities are particularly useful, allowing for creation of presentations and interaction of text from image and scan document. Kimi.com appears to be a comprehensive tool for various research needs. And then we move to specialized AI tools for enhanced research workflow. And now that we've covered general purpose of AI, we shift our focus on specialized AI tools that are designed to enhance specific research workflow. These tools are tailored to address particular pain points and significantly streamline various stages of the research process. We'll look into elicit.com, a powerful tool for literature search and summarization, automating parts of the literature review. And then we'll look at NotebookLM. It's very excellent for literature synthesis and for generating structured reviews, identifying key insights, and creating podcasts from uploaded documents. And we'll look into Perplexity AI, which is good for real-time web search with deep research mode for comprehensive information gathering, useful for finding funding opportunities. And we'll look at SciSpace, which is specialized platform for literature search and analysis within scientific domain. To make this interaction, I invite you to consider a research task you currently find tedious. Which of these specialized tools would you use or would be helpful for your research? So we move on to streamlining your literature discovery. So I don't know, maybe by the show of hands, we can I get how many people have used elicit.com or if anyone is familiar with elicit.com? Okay, I think quite.
We're seeing about 13 plus hands, 15.
And me. Okay, we also have one.
And in the rooms as well. So Elicit is very popular.
Yeah. Oh, very popular. Okay, so I'm just gonna take you through on how to use Elicit. What you do is go to elicit.com and then you enter a research question or your topic, and then you search for academic databases for relevant papers, and then you review summaries or key findings. can also download some of the papers that matches your criteria. So you can go there when you find time and research some of your topic. You'll find some of the most interesting papers. So the main purpose of Elicit is to help you with finding papers, and that can help with saving time, especially when you are looking for papers for your literature review. So, okay, yeah, we go to NotebookML. This is one of the most exciting AI tools that we can use. I'm sure earlier on we went through an exercise for NotebookML where you were going to create videos, brainstorm ideas. I think it was one of the activities that was shared by Krish. So let's go through on what NotebookML offers. So NotebookML is from Google. It's from Google, and it's focused on its advanced features, especially with 2.5 Pro model. This version offers a crucial function for academic integrity, such as source verification, which helps in validating information and can generate mind maps for conceptual organization and facilitate podcast generation and joint podcast features, which are innovative for dissemination research, automating source discovery, and seamless web or YouTube integration. Further enhances its research capability. Regarding this, we have regarding the source handling. The free version allows you to upload about 50 sources, while the Plus subscription expands to 300 sources. The token window here is truly remarkable. The free version supports 25 million tokens, and the Plus version has an outstanding of 150 million. This makes Gemini NotebookML the unparalleled tool for processing and synthesizing a vast amount of information, making it ideal for comprehensive literature review and data analysis. Moving on to the next slide. By the show of hands, who has heard of Nano Banana AI?
Can you tell me?
A few hands.
Yeah.
About 11. Yeah, but this is a new one.
Yeah, I've also heard of this one. Okay. Nano Banana is quite new, and it's.
Je te mets chaque fois.
There you go.
Okay, so I'd like to tell you more about it. So it's Google's new advanced image editing and generation tool. This tool has a potential to revolutionize how researchers visualize their work. Firstly, it allows you to edit images using natural language prompts, making it a complex visual adjustment incredibly intuitive. Secondly, it can significantly enhance data visualization, improving clarity and visual appealing of your research graphs. Thirdly, abstract concept. It can create compelling conceptual illustration, making complex idea more accessible. Finally, it helps apply consistent visual style across all your research material, ensuring a professional and cohesive look. The overarching research application here is profound. Nano Banana can transform complex data into compelling visuals for papers, presentations, and grant proposal, thereby increasing engagement and understanding of your work. This is a powerful tool for making your research stand out visibly. Here's a great video that highlights how you could integrate such image
me a little bit also about the fact that you can like weave text and images together in one conversation. Like, what does that enable? I think y'all called it interleaved generation. Basically, the ability to generate multiple images in line in one conversation.
Yeah, that's something that hasn't been explored enough yet. I'm hoping some use cases will also go viral. Like, you can ask Gemini to tell you a story and just generate an image after each paragraph. For example, I like creating biographies of people, like historical figures, like different philosophers, and I tell you, okay, tell me the story of John Locke's life, and after each paragraph, make a picture in the style of an anime, and you can get like 15 pictures, you know, with. So it's almost like writing a book. I love that, but I feel like our users haven't really like found that yet, and I hope they will, because it's super cool. It opens a lot of extra use cases. I've been blown away by people's creativity, so I think by now the internet has found a lot more use cases than we ever thought of, right? But I'm surprised that people don't use it more for like time travel type of things, like putting myself into like Victorian times, the daguerreotype type of photograph. And I updated my LinkedIn picture to be one of those. Nobody noticed.
That's really cool.
Okay, thank you. That was one of the most exciting videos that shows how we can utilize Nano Banana. And I hope you can utilize that tool to your advantage, especially for your research.
Let me just say a few things, colleagues. So we've gone through those slides just to give you a sense of all the features over there. It's a long list of tools that you can work with. I was mentioning some of these things have been changing as we've been preparing the slides. So for instance, from OpenAI, Sora 2 came out last night. So that's a new video generation tool that came out. From Claude 2 days ago, you had the Claude Sonnet 4.5 model we came out, which is now the new best model that's out there for text generation and for coding. And then this morning, I found out that from Z.ai, where we spoke about GLM 4.5, this morning there's GLM 4.6. So there's all of these things that it's continuously, and they keep changing between one another. It's ChatGPT is the best. 2 months later, Gemini is the best. Then it's Claude, and so on. So we're in the cycle where these tools keep trumping one another as they get better and better. So that's to give them. So the slide so far, which Chebakazi's shared, gives you a sense of the various tools. Use this almost as a reference of what the features are. What we're going to do now is we're going to do a practical exercise where we're going to start off with you signing into different chatbots. So this is where facilitators, you've got a big role to play. Can I mention the lesson plan? Yeah, so we're going to put the lesson plan up on the screen now. I think Chebakazi has it on her side. So we're referring to module 2 now, colleagues. And in module 2, yeah, so we're looking at Chebakazi's screen now. So in module 2, we've given you. So you will see there's exercise 1. The video we just showed is available in the video. And then we have exercise 1 now, where you've got this long list of chatbots that we're going to try out. So the exercise here, we describe all the steps that you need to take, and we give you some prompts that you can work with. The prompts are highlighted in blue. And so we've got about 30 minutes now where we'll go around, and the idea is for you to sign on to these chatbots, and get your Google account. I think that works best for most of them to get you in. So we've highlighted our preferences. That's the stuff in yellow. But yeah, we urge you to try them out, see what it's like, and talk to us about what the experience is, what the challenges have been, and we'll try and assist as we go on. Did you want to demo?
Hi, Krish. My module 2 shows your general article.
So you carry on.
So,
Yeah, so colleagues, so please look at the shared drive, and you'll find the exercise. Go back. Okay.
and then you can sign it. Okay. I can demo some of the few AI tools on how to log in. If you have not logged in yet, then you can try out the prompt.
Silently, why it takes me to here.
Yeah. So colleagues, I'm here with Jerry. He probably has a common challenge that many of you might have. You go in, you try to sign in. If you're doing it for the first time, it prompts you to use Google, and so you can then continue with your Google account. Okay. So Kazi, you can go ahead with the share screen. That's usually the easiest.
So this is where you will when you log in for the first time, so it will take you to this page. So you can say continue with Google, or you can log in using your email address. So it's preferred that you use Google for easier login. Continue with Google.
Yeah, it's faster this today.
Oh, yeah. And then it will tell your password. And then it will take you to the page for ChatGPT.
Yes, that's open.
I think I have ChatGPT somewhere.
Yeah, so once you've signed in, colleagues, you should see a ChatGPT window. And so now, yeah, try out different ones. The goal here is for you to get signed into as many different accounts. So if we can stop the session right now, at least we will know you are able to access Z.ai, Quen.ai, all of these different tools to generate.
I wanted to ask, did we cover another tool called Liner AI? I'm not sure if Liner. It's like also for research purposes. You can just if you ever question or will give you all the time struggling, please put up your hands and I will facilitate our part. Once asking to your topic. Okay. Yeah.
We must try to see.
Actually, it's here open.
Okay, colleagues, so yeah, we'll just give you, we have half an hour. The goal is to sign up, to try out the exercise. I think the question that it asked, probably the first exercise is type into the chatbot, tell me what you know about me. Type in your name, put on the web search option that's there, and see what the chatbot says to you. I won't ask you to share it on the screen. That's for your own private information to understand what ChatGPT and Quen and everything is seeing online. I'll take a hand. Let me just keep an eye on what's going on.
Krish,
Yeah. Bye-bye. It's so dilated. Hi, Krish. Can I come?
Yeah.
I've lost it.
Okay,
is it possible for one of the presenters?
Let's do it one at a time, colleagues.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Petronella?
Is it possible for one of the presenters to maybe run that prompt in the exercise for some of the colleagues to follow on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just a guidance from that side.
He said, "Tell me what you know about me."
If you could maybe just copy that prompt
Tell me what you know about
one of the chatbots.
Okay, we're doing that now, Petronella. So
Yeah.
it's there in the exercise. You copy it in and just edit the yellow parts. So you open up a new chat window. And so what you have to change is your name, change your institution, and change your city.
Could we tell me?
But Krish doesn't know me. It's showing a different person.
Maybe it should be more specific.
So do you put your institution in and did you put your city in?
Yes, I did.
And your height?
So I'm not recognized. I need to tell it my blood type as well. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to mute Victoria and go to the next hand.
The way you gotta go.
Yeah, can we go to Jolene Cairncross? There's a hand there. Jolene, are you with us?
Mistakenly had my hand up. I'm sorry.
Or is
I don't
this
have any
a
questions.
legacy hand? Okay, no
Yeah,
problem.
no, I'm playing with all of these chatbots, so I completely lost track of the conversation.
Oh, no problem. I just saw your hand there. I assume it's probably a legacy hand from when we were asking questions earlier.
Yeah.
The exercise is to try out the chatbot. So yeah, you're on track.
Yeah.
Pumalelo, is this what they call a legacy hand, or is this a question that you have for us? Back on it. Probably also legacy. Do you have a question? I'm seeing a shocked face from someone. So you've tried something that's surprised you. I always find that this question about who am I is a very interesting one, because now what you're seeing is not necessarily what's the truth. You know the truth. It's a question now about how does the world see you, and how does ChatGPT find information about you versus how does Gemini or Perplexity or Quinn. And I can't tell you why they're different. It's all in the search algorithm that they use. But you find very interesting information that comes up. And if there isn't information that's out there about you, maybe it's also a provocation for you. In the world of research, they say publish or die. So maybe we need to be putting ourselves out there more so it knows about the information that you're working on. There's hands from Nancy and Lebo. Would you like to come in? Probably all legacy hands. So yeah, colleagues, keep trying, keep playing, and shout if there's an issue. Stuck. Let's refresh. Legacy hands. What's this? Blog posts. Let's give people a chance to try it out. Do one about me. Right next. Actually, it's the searching for literature. Oh, and use the search. Let me ask your colleagues, in this example that's on the screen right now, Chebakazi did a search, or it's gone now, of herself. You can take off thinking. Thinking makes it take too long. But you didn't switch on the search button. So what you should do is make sure your search button is turned on. So in this example, you see where it's a nice, where it's selected. She's going to do one for me to see what happens if you plug in my name, Chetty with the E. I talk a lot, so I know.
Sorry, Doctor. Sorry, Doctor. I just wanted to know if we are struggling with the search button, where can we find that?
Which tool are you using?
I managed to search for myself on ChatGPT, and then also what is the other one?
Yeah,
I was just going through the highlighted ones, Gemini, and then
so
I am
let's do it
currently
here.
okay.
So you can look at the screen now, right? So Chebakazi just press the plus icon on ChatGPT. The web search is kind of hidden. You got to go to more and then find web search there. So they're creating these menus now that you've got to look for. So on all the different tools, sometimes the search is in different places. So let's have a look at Gemini and see where the search is there. So on Gemini, we have the tools function and no, not deep research. Oh, I think the thing with Gemini is that the search is embedded into the way it works. Because Google is a search company, they assume you always want to search when you use a Google product. And so the option isn't there. If you're using Claude, you've got to find that button next to the plus with shows you the different tools, and that's where the web search option is. Some of the Chinese ones, I think it's more explicit in the placement of the search button. It's there in front. These ones, they're creating menus that you find.
There's your search.
Okay, so here's a search about me. What I'd like to show you about Qwen, which is also different to how ChatGPT works. You'll see here it's referring to me and it's got sources in what it's doing. So if you pressed on the number 1, for example, now it's giving you this reference pane on the right, and it's finding my LinkedIn, but somehow Qwen is Chinese, everyone. And so Qwen has found me on Chinese LinkedIn, and it's referring to me there. Let me see if anything here is outdated. So it's calling me a chief researcher from the Inclusive Economic Development Division. That was the previous name of our institution, and so that's based on the source that it looked at before. Someone mentioned my name. I didn't see who that was. Is there a question? Petronella, was that you? No.
Yeah. It wasn't me, but I just wanted to make a comment or add something. I've noted in the chat that most of the participants are not getting the juicy details they were looking for. Do you think maybe the models are trained in such a way to provide maybe professional information only? I'm not asking for myself, I've just been reading the chat.
So it all depends on how they do their web search, right? So Quen is Alibaba. Alibaba has probably got its own algorithm of how it searches the internet. And so in the Quen example, it's prioritizing Chinese LinkedIn to find my information. I'm sure if we had to use ChatGPT, it wouldn't go to Chinese LinkedIn first. But I think with ChatGPT, it doesn't actually show you, is that correct? I don't know if it does show you the references. So let's have a look. Search mode is on, and it's asking about me. So there are references here. So it's actually gone to, look at the difference, right? Who is Krish Chetty? He's a senior research manager. And it's got my new title, my old division. And the information is a bit outdated. But I think it depends on the type of question, Petronella, that you're asking. When you're asking about bio information, it's going to try and look at sites like LinkedIn and maybe the company where you're at to find more information. There's also a statement about the HSRC's website. My profile is probably old and outdated and hasn't been kept fresh. And so we've got to keep our information fresh so the internet knows who you are.
Okay. Thank you, Krish.
So just to add.
Krish, we just have another question.
Yeah. So the purpose here, just another thing to add. So basically, all these AIs are based on what we call language model. So that language model has sources. Some sources are not directly exposed. For example, if you've searched before, if you can go to ChatGPT where you find your web search where you enable, if you activate deep search, so basically deep search, it goes to another layer of searching, and then it tries to go harder on the details to try to search those details. So I think there was a question as to why is it actually not picking you up. Another thing is exposure. So if you just go on ChatGPT and then you just open it, it will ask for your email address to sign in. Basically, as you sign in, it goes, looks at your email, public information associated with that email. If you haven't published anything or you haven't done anything that's in the public space, you're most likely not going to get anything. So that's just what I wanted to add.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ipa. Thanks for joining us there in the Pretoria office. 100%. So just to add to what Ipa is also saying is that you have the information which is in the large language model, and so that's trained on everything that's on the internet. When you do the search, the large language model takes a cutoff, and so it might have its information from September last year often. But when it does a web search, it takes the knowledge that it has in its training plus what it finds on the internet today, and it tries to combine that. So the web search gives you more current information as well. Shall we go to the next? Is there another contribution?
No, Krish, that's all from Victoria.
Online, there's a few more hands. Maya Ranjis, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that badly. Was there a contribution from you? No. New hand,
Yes,
Maruf.
yes.
Oh, okay. Let's go ahead before we go to Maruf.
Well,
yeah, thank you very much. Can I speak?
No, 1 second, Maruf. Apologies. We're going to. I'll come back to you.
Should I go ahead?
Just hang on for 1 minute, please. My Ranjit?
Yes, Krish, thank you very much for the lovely presentation and the program, and also Vilakazi. I just wanted to know how we can create images by describing which program, I'm sorry, I couldn't gather which one of the AI platforms are the best for creating image.
Okay. Yeah, I think what we'll do, we should jump to the next few exercises that are in the program. What's the second one that we have? We do cover image generation. So the next exercise we have is generating a blog post. Exercise 2 is generating a blog post. And so what you do there is that we uploaded. So in the folder, in the module 2 folder, you'll find a journal article that we've published previously. And so what you can do with exercise 2 is upload that journal article that's in the module 2 folder, and then follow the prompt that's there, and it will show you how you can generate a blog post that summarizes the information that's there. So Chibakazi is going to show you how she browses to that information. Exercise 3, I think it probably would be, is generating a storybook. And so you're asking about image generation. So the storybook feature is a gem that it's not my description of it. The tool is called a gem that's in Gemini. And so if you use the gems feature on Gemini and you upload your document, it will use that nano banana tool that we played a presentation about, and it will generate images related to the information that's in the chatbot. So nano banana, which is the image generation of Gemini, is very strong. ChatGPT is very strong in image generation and creating infographics as well. But the problem with both of them is that to get more out of it, you have to pay for it.
Oh.
And so after you've used about 10 questions, you're going to run out.
Sorry, Krish. No. I just wanted to comment about the article. I think it's the wrong one that she uploaded. It should be AI as a catalyst. Journal article, AI as a catalyst.
Good governance.
Sorry.
That was,
Go to module 2 folder.
Yes,
that's right. So you can download that. Right click and download. Right, so that was the storybook. So your question was about image generation. So yes, Gemini, yes, ChatGPT is good. You can also use a tool called in Quinn. You can also do image generation there. You'd need to choose the image edit option that you see, which is on the screen now, actually, by the way. And so you could get it to generate images there, but quality perhaps is not as good as we find in the other one. And we do PowerPoint as well. So let's try the journal article. So we're doing exercise 2. So this is reading our paper, and it's identifying
He has the article.
Yeah. So
5
what
insights.
you do is you go to open your Queen, you download that document, and this one.
Yeah. So what you'll see here, what we've done is we've uploaded the paper, and now we're asking it to identify 5 insights about the journal article. And so if you follow that, there's different ways. So it's giving you different angles of how to consider to generate a blog post based on it. And if we go to, do you have that exercise handbook open? Okay. So we've generated the 5 insights. What I'm going to do next is now generate a blog post based on one of them. So let me review the 5. The first one was AI can detect and predict corruption. So I'm going to copy this and just replace that point that said paste idea here. And so I'm going to ask it to generate a blog post based on the point. So it's read the article, it's read the angle that we're trying to look at to generate that. And now you're seeing it's generating a blog post. So we were talking about how much does the AI actually know about you. If you have a blog and you share some of your ideas, which you generate quite quickly these days with these tools, and if you publish it, there's more information about your perspective which exists on the internet. So colleagues, try that out. That's about understanding how to create blog posts. I'll go just carry on with the second part, the next part of that exercise. So the one was create the blog post. So based on that article, I'm also going to get it to generate a series of tweets. So I want to talk more about, I want to put my stuff out there on Twitter, or what's now called X. I see. And so the next prompt that I've got is based on the uploaded research article. Please generate a month-long tweet schedule for October. Today's the 1st of October. That's a good idea. That explores concepts and findings from the article, inviting the reader to engage with the research article. So I run that. Now you can have a look at how it goes about creating this short form content based on work that you've generated. So look how it does this. So it sets it out week 1, gives you the date, and says this is what you can put out there. And so now before you put anything on the internet, I would suggest you review, you make sure that it reflects the sort of ideas that you have. But here's ways that you can take long form content that you've authored, that you understand, and create short form content that you can put out on the internet. So this is a nice way just to keep your social media active, sharing thoughts that you have about it. Often we find is that there's a bit of a struggle trying to figure out how do I say 7,000 words in 100 words or so, and not 100 words, 100 characters. And often you don't have to say everything, you just have to figure out the one thing that's interesting that you want to say based on the work that you've done. Is that a new contribution from Cindy in the chat? Cindy, I see your hand is up. Do you want to say something?
Yes, thanks, Krish. I just wanted to mention that with ChatGPT, I've noticed that it sort of pulls articles that are not citable. So currently, I'm just working on different platforms to find an AI resource that could pull publications and eliminate all the publications, all the unnecessary or non-eligible articles probably that are not citable or that don't exist, because when I saw with ChatGPT, it pulls everything. And for someone who works on systematic and meta-analysis reviews, it's a challenge. What is the best way to sort of minimize that?
Yeah. So in the presentation, Chebakazi mentioned elicit.com. Honestly, that's my favorite tool for finding literature. And basically, I think it was exercise 1 where we ask that you sign in to elicit. The way it works, and we're going to cover this in much more detail tomorrow when we go through the qualitative research. But you go to elicit.com, you have a research question that you want to explore, and you pop in the question into elicit.com, and it's going to give you published research based on that. But why I like elicit.com and why it's different from your other academic databases is that you're not searching now for for a keyword. What you're rather doing is searching based on meaning. So it reads the question, it understands the meaning. So you've got to click on find papers there so it's research report, systematic review, and then find papers. That one. And yeah, so whatever your question might be, and so I do a lot of work on dignified and decent work. So you could say, what are the drivers of dignified and decent work in whatever context you're looking at? So you press that. So I think, Petronella, that might have been your laptop unmuted. Okay, I'll punch that and then we'll see. So this is reading its database of literature that it can find online. And so it's reading your question, it's finding papers that are associated with, and if you look at the abstract summary column in this table, this is explaining how that paper answers your question. So it's reading the abstract related that's in that paper, and it's finding a connection. Sorry. It's finding a connection between your question and those papers. And if you press on filters, Chibakazi, yeah, there, if you click on has PDF and apply that, it will give you a list of results where there are PDFs that you can download, which is associated with it. So I find this is a very nice tool to find literature. But we'll use this a lot tomorrow in the morning to find literature, and then we'll analyze it using NotebookLM. Elicit, NotebookLM, my two favorite tools for doing qualitative research. Is there a question from Notando? Notando Kumalo?
I just wanted to comment. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I think one of the AI tools that I use when looking at research articles and stuff like that, which gives you like good sources and stuff, is Anara AI. I'm not sure if people know about that one.
No, so when you ask the question, my hand is down. I haven't heard of that one. You want to tell us about it?
Yeah, so that you can even upload like articles on it, and then it gives you summaries and can give you like questions to ask or prompts, other prompts you can like ask the AI to get more information. And it can also find like relevant sources that link to whatever ideas you're getting on that, and give you like, sometimes it can give you some research, it can show you research gaps in all these articles, or in like in a specific let's say a specific topic. It can give you some research gaps that need to be filled.
Okay, thank you. That's very powerful, because it's one thing to know what has been published already. It's another thing to know what hasn't been published. And so finding gaps is a big part of the literature review process. So thank you for sharing that. And yeah, colleagues, let's add it to the list. One that you can try out. So Jebakazi is busy just punching in her details as she's registering, something you can do yourself. Nondemiso Nyandu, do you have a contribution?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering how Elicit is different from Perplexity.
Okay, so Perplexity is basically more of a search engine than it is a academic literature sourcing tool. So Elicit is trained directly on a database of papers. I forget the number. Last I heard it was something like 200 million papers going to the back end of Elicit. Perplexity is trying to position itself as a competitor to Google, but it's trying to look at the research in a different way. So when you do look at the internet sources in a different way, so Chebakazi is going into Perplexity. One of these is a search button. Yeah. So on this one, so here we're on Perplexity. You'll see there's a web, there's academic, there's social, there's finance. So web means it's searching the entire internet. Academic, it's going to try and limit itself to just academic papers, but Perplexity hasn't necessarily been trained on the literature. Elicit has all that information within its own repository, and it works from this. Here, Perplexity is looking out to the internet to try and find information about that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
Great. Ketla Ring, is there a question from you?
Hello, thank you. No, Noltando raised the issue that I wanted to raise in terms of ANARA as compared to the others, because I did not see it on the list of AI tools that were here. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's many tools that are out there. We're highlighting some that we're aware of and that we're using, but please do share other tools that you come across. Gifty, would you like to ask something?
Good afternoon. I just wanted to mention another possible AI tool called Prompt Cowboy. It helps kind of refine your the question or the prompt that you're putting into an AI, so it answers more precisely. Because sometimes when you put in a prompt, that prompt is kind of general, and so the AI spits out something that's more general. But this enables you to kind of narrow that down, and then when you copy this prompt, put it into the AI, then it is more kind of specific, or to the question that you're looking for. Thank you.
Okay, Prompt Cowboy, is that free?
Yes, it is for a certain amount of prompts, but you can sign into it, to my understanding.
So that's a very nice tool. So colleagues, later, I think it's today, we're going to be doing prompting strategies, and we talk about how to create those more complicated prompts. So Prompt Cowboy would actually be a good tool for you to refer to later today if you want to polish your prompt to get more out of it. So thanks for that top tip. Jabulani?
Thank you very much. I'm a beginner in using AI. One of my worries is I've been using Copilot a lot. Copilot has been very much helpful in my thesis. But now my question is, what is the level, the level of confidentiality with all of the AIs? What is the data saying about that, so that we don't get into a situation whereby I'm sharing my literature, I'm sharing my data with AIs, and AIs are taking it to the knowledge pool. Sooner or later, the Turnitin is coming with other issues. Thank you.
So we do cover this in more detail after lunch. Petronella will come in and do the section on research ethics. A rule of thumb, I guess, for you to be aware of is whatever you put into these chatbots, particularly the free ones, it's going to be absorbed in some way into the training data. And so what we advise what you'll see in the ethics section is try to anonymize the information that you put up there, take away sensitive information. So you've got to make that decision about what's sensitive and what's valuable that you want to protect. And so that becomes a personal choice on your side. But be aware of how you protect your own privacy and also those of others. So if you know something about somebody else, respect their privacy as well in terms of doing this. Some of these chatbots might say that and if you look at the terms and conditions, that they don't use your data. I think NotebookLM, for instance, makes that sort of comment that whatever you upload doesn't go into the training data, but these things change over time. And so just rule of thumb, try to protect your own data first, and don't depend on the AI tool to protect it for you, because they need your data to make stronger models. That's really the bottom line. Before we go to the next question, I think we want to do the next exercise, which involves generating a story.
Sorry, Krish.
No, Krish, I wanted to address that question, but I see we have number of hands in the chat. But I just wanted to answer the participant to say that before you actually start chatting, I only learned this 2 nights ago. To share your data is actually default when you log into any chatbot. So you can actually just turn the default off, and it won't keep your data. It won't use your data to train it. But for sometimes when you abuse the chatbot, they keep your data for I think 30 days to just for further investigation. But they will not share that data. So once you log in, you can just go to the default setting and turn it off. Then they won't share your data or use your data to train the model of future models. Thank you.
Thanks, Petronella. So colleagues, look out for the settings option. Petronella's right. In some of them, they have that option not to upload the information. One second. Yeah, so sometimes there are options to try and to stop that. Colleagues, what are we going to try and do is do 2 things in parallel. So the next exercise is to generate a storybook. What exercise number is that? Exercise 3. Yeah, so exercise 3 is about using the storybook gem on Gemini. So Chebakazi is going to be punching that in and following the exercise. If I remember correctly, it's also based on our journal articles. Yeah, so we're going to upload the journal article into Gemini. We're going to first you find that gem. So you look for the storybook gem, which is there. If you don't see it initially, you must press that Explore Gems button, I think, and then that will find it. And here you upload the paper that you have, and you punching that prompt that we probably have there. So while Chebakazi is doing that, colleagues, try that out as well. This is a really cool tool to visualize the information that you have. I'll go to the next hand. Athol. Athol, are you online? Do you have a question for us?
Yeah, thank you so much. I find these AI tools so fascinating. I was actually looking for a visual a tool that I could use for my qualitative data, and it was quite difficult. But I want to share another one, Research Rabbit, which is also very good for literature review. It takes the initial articles that you drop and it connects, it goes into the list of references, and it even search those to find papers that are connected to your topic. So
Yeah.
check that one out as well.
Yeah, Research Rabbit is a great tool. I think you put in an idea and it helps you expand and look at what the different authors are that are related to that particular paper that you're looking for. So it's a great tool. So it's using the AI to break it down and then find other sources that could be related to that. So yeah, thanks for sharing that one about Research Rabbit. We'll go next to Dr. Shapley. I see your hand. Nelly, are you with us?
Hi, Krish, I am here.
Oh, okay, you're coming through the other room.
Can you
Yes,
hear
go
me?
ahead. Yes, we
Yes,
can.
thank you. Yeah. We have a question here from Khan, and he's gonna ask the question from the Howard College Durban site.
Okay, lovely. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I just wanted to highlight something. The US has put in $500 billion for Project Stargate. DeepSeek has put in $6 million for almost the same thing. But you know, like some of us who play Tani, the Trump, who is the Trump? It's ChatGPT. ChatGPT is the Trump. So where is South Africa? Where is our investment? What is it that we can do for the people? Because we are always left behind. The global north always leaves us behind. And there's an AI conference coming up in Sandton on the 29th of October. We should go there, and one of the proposals we should put is computer literacy from school to universities. I thank you.
You're spot on there, Mr. Khan, I think it was. This is a big question. What are we building here? So America, as you rightly say, 500 billion going in. China is a bit more efficient in the money that they're spending, but they're making good progress. On the plus side, we are affiliated with China through BRICS, and so the Chinese models are open source, and so you can bring them in and run them privately in your own institution. But the question is, what are we building in South Africa? So there is one model I'm familiar with. There's a group at the University of Pretoria, I believe, that is through Lelapa AI has generated a large language model focusing on, not sure if it's South African or African languages, but it's trained on local language data. And so it's trying to bring visibility to information that is here in South Africa. So congratulations to them for making this progress. We do need to do more in this space. Another thing I can mention when you're talking about the investments in AI, you got the 500 billion in America. There's a group called Cassava Technologies, which is now also launching, I think it's called an AI factory in Johannesburg. And so it's one of the first new investments that we're having where we're creating data centers tailored to AI generation. So that's a very positive development coming in Joburg. Colleagues, before I take the next hand, I want to just show you this, the storybook that was generated. So this, what we've uploaded is this paper on AI being a catalyst to address corruption. And so we've kind of let the AI try to figure out what the paper is about and generate this storybook which explores that. So you'll see it's created this character Viridia, and it's recognizing Chebakazi's name as the author because she's generated it. Let's go to the next page. Let's keep paging there. You see it's done 10 pages. Viridia, they've made this character and they've got a story. So it's kind of like a children's storybook. So you've got to think about how you customize this so that it speaks to your work. So here they're talking about the building new parks and strong bridges. Things are costing too much and taking too long. So they're probably getting to a story point about where's the money going. Let's see if I'm right. The city's money, which was meant to build wonderful things, seemed to be trickling away like through a leaky bucket. So that's a corruption story. One day, a clever scientist introduced the mayor to Alex. Alex wasn't a person, but a very special computer program. Alex is an AI. So now you've got to ask, is this appropriate for the audience that you want to communicate with, but it's a nice way of creating imagery that's associated with the story. So yeah, so you can browse through that, colleagues, if you're busy with exercise 3. Yeah, 3. You can create your own one on the free version. I think you have about a few questions that you can generate there as well. And so you just look for the gem, the storybook gem, and it will allow you to create stuff like this as well. Maruf, I see your hand is back. Maruf, you have a question for us? Jump to the PowerPoint presented. Yeah, Maruf, are you there? I know that somebody else's mic is unmuted. Does somebody have a contribution? Oh, Maruf, go ahead. I see you're unmuted.
Krish, while we're waiting for him, there's another question in the chat if you could change the characters or maybe to fit the context better.
I think it depends on the prompt that you ask. So if you're more explicit about the demographics, it will probably do a better job. But yeah, try it out, colleagues, and you only know through experimentation. Maruf, are you there?
It's a visualization.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Maruf. Yeah, so what we're doing next, colleagues, I think is exercise 4. And what we're doing here is we're going to generate a presentation, a PowerPoint using the Chinese chatbot Z.ai. Yeah, so you sign on to Z.ai. And in the exercise, we're going to upload that same article that we shared. You might have your own, and you're welcome to try your own papers. So you upload your journal article, and we've got a very straightforward prompt that's in the exercise. Please generate a detailed presentation exploring the research article. I think the important point here when you're using Z.ai is that you must click on the AI slides button. I'm not sure. I don't think we mentioned that in the exercise. We did. Okay, so you can see what we're doing there. AI slides was chosen, which is one of the options at the bottom. You've got the journal article is in there, and now you put the prompt in. So we're asking for a detailed presentation exploring Advantage. It'll take a few minutes because what this is now doing is it's reading the paper, it's understanding what's in the paper, and then trying to create the slide. So you can see it's busy thinking, and it will try to figure out what's being said there, and then it will come up with a very nice graphical presentation when it's done. Maruf, I see a question about being unmuted. On our side, I see you as unmuted. Are you able to?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yes, I
can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I don't know what happened with the mic. So anyway, when Chetty was putting something on the screen, I saw his email address, and I would like to ask, is that correct? Is that the correct email address? If that is correct, then what happens to our privacy? Are we not going to get to a point whereby we start seeing even our phone numbers, as part of, messages coming from some of this AI? And what can we do to, to reduce that? Thank you.
So I don't remember the exercise where my details came up. Maybe if it was one of those tell me about me questions, what that did is it looked online and it looked for information about me. And myself compared to others, I guess I'm a bit more public in some of the information that's out there because I'm at many events and I speak at different things. So you're likely to find my email address online because I do ask people directly. So that could be a reason how it found my details. If you don't want your email address to end up in the chatbot, then just do a search to find out if your email address is out there online and work to take it offline. And then don't introduce that into the prompts that you are working on. So you can see this is still generating. Scroll up here, we can go to the. Yeah. So colleagues, you can have a look at how Z.ai works. It's still in the process of generating. So it's creating an HTML page, which is doing all this graphics, which is associated with the content, which is in the paper. So it's creating this front end. And as let's go to the second page. So now it's reading our paper. It's pulling out facts. This I can see based on the points that it's making is that these are things that we raised in the paper. And so it's a decent outlook there. I see a lot of clapping going on. So I think many colleagues would appreciate being able to quickly generate slides. I know this is a very one of the main pain points that we have. And so I hope this does help just reduce your load. And what you can do from here is you can export it. I think once this is done generating, there'll be an export button which will become visible, which will allow you to, I think through the share button. Is it done generating? Yeah, so colleagues, you can see there when you press the share button, there's export as PDF, export as PowerPoint. And so you can get that. Might take a few minutes because it's pulling everything together and making the conversion. So it's saying estimated time there 1 to 10 minutes. And there you can download it. Cool. How are we doing for time? It's now 12:30 or close to 12:30. And that's so we've covered all the exercises. Question here, Jerry?
No, I'm good. I was just demonstrating that I got the system.
Yeah, colleagues, so last few minutes for any comments or contributions. The idea out of the session was just to get you familiar with the tools and to know what's possible. After lunch, we'll go into more details, more about the ethics, more about the prompting, to get more specific on these points.
Krish, just a comment from my side. I know it's the same paper, but it seems like the chatbot created a similar presentation for all of us because mine is similar to yours. So I just want, yes, I also have that stop corruption picture and the same cover page. Did someone else maybe get a different version of the paper?
A different version of the presentation.
This is another one. I think they are based on the insights of the previous activity that we did. So if you selected a specific insight, so the presentation is gonna be customized based on the insight that you chose.
Now, I was just wondering because we are all entering the same paper at the same time. If it's maybe using Krish's information to provide.
It might be.
Yeah.
So how quickly did it generate your one? Because ours took a few minutes to generate. Petronella, was yours more or less instantaneous?
Yeah, no, we have comments from the room. The pictures are not the same.
The content, the way it's structured, mine
Mine is
is
structured.
different.
I think it took the key information from the paper.
There might be, it depends on how it clusters information. So the graphics will be labeled in a certain way. So it'll look for imagery that's associated with cybercrime and corruption.
Okay.
And so that might be common.
Yeah.
But try it out with different papers, colleagues, and see what comes up.
No, it's not.
There's 4 hands that are open in the chat, that are raised in the chat. I think they're all legacy hands. If anyone has another comment, please do bring it up now. If not, we'll take our lunch break, which will take us to, which will go for an hour. Yeah, maybe let me just go one round. So Pretoria is covered. Khadija, CPUT, and any contributions?
My presentation. The question that we shorten the lunch so we can end a little earlier. I don't know if that is something that the collective is agreeable to.
45 minutes?
No.
Did that work?
No.
Yeah.
Look, they're pushing for 3 years. Up to you. Yeah. So I'm not sure if that's fine. Whatever you go through.
So are you saying half an hour?
Otherwise, someone's going to.
Khadija, are you saying half an hour?
Half an hour, that's what I would be saying, yes.
Okay. Any objections to that, colleagues? Perhaps what we can do is bring our lunch into the room, if that's possible. I think in Durban, for instance, I don't think they can bring the lunch into the room. And let me go to Durban. Kim, Jackie, would it be possible for us to take a half-hour break instead of an hour?
It's nearly in Durban, we're here. We find a partner. You come back at 1 minute.
Okay, so I'm taking that as in favor.
Yeah, we ordered. Yes, we'll have half hour for lunch. It's sharply. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, half an hour.
Yeah, it's sharply. Yes, for Durban, we will break for 30 minutes lunch. And we will 1 o'clock, eh? Come back at 1 o'clock. Then we'll continue.
Sure. Okay, colleagues. So let's, if there's no other burning questions, if anyone has their hand and would like to hand raised and would like to say something, please jump in now.
Yes, please. Can I just get assistance? My presentation is in a different language. I don't know how to get it to be in English.
So that's interesting, right? So we're all doing the same thing, and it's. So I guess the quick answer is try again and see if it's persistent. If it's Chinese, it's potentially because Z.ai is a Chinese website, and it might also. Yeah. Yes, these things happen. Okay, colleagues, we'll break for half an hour, and we'll be back at just after 1.
I just have a comment to make from the Durban side. When we're coming back, I don't want to hold us from lunch, but maybe we can start with those comments.
I can take the comment now. Others that if people want to go out for lunch, they're welcome to, but I can answer the question.
Okay, my comment of actually it's sharply. as I've been listening throughout the presentation, my comment is
yeah, maybe if you can answer, we can swap it out. Yeah, it's the first. I don't think it's
Krish, can you please add Tolang Mukele? He said that goes right.
Okay, 1 minute, please, Moses. I just want to take the question from Durban. I'll add to Lam.
Thank you so much. It's Nelly Sharply. It's a comment actually. As I have been we've been listening throughout the presentation, I'm actually finding such an opportunity for the Global South and coming or knowing our history of exclusion in the spaces of knowledge creation, recognition, and application. How we then, going back to the a comment and question that Khan actually presented to say, how we then take ownership of the space. Because I find that
I don't understand why, because this is
1 minute. I'm just going to mute.
Why is it so infiltrated by people from outside?
Oh my word.
Why?
Sorry, go ahead with your question.
I'm not even saying like yeah,
that's not to me. So I think it's not to me. So
Can someone please mute the mic?
Sorry, I'm not sure who else is speaking there.
oh, okay. Let me try to be as loud as possible. Yeah.
Sorry,
so for me,
I think
She's talking over you. We can't hear you.
HIV and health group as a program manager.
Okay. So what I was saying, oh my word.
1 minute.
What I was saying was like the opportunity we have as Global South communities, scholars, and I think it's important, and I think it comes to a point of the academic drive of how our country takes on the ownership and the positioning of us in with AI, because I'm actually seeing here an opportunity when we're talking about the history of exclusion from knowledge creation, application, and also engagement, and also what is accepted as right knowledge or wrong knowledge, or having to know to assimilate the global north type of information and knowledge that actually limits us in our productivity in engaging in the context of our own knowledge and growing our own knowledge and showcasing our own knowledge and being being able to compete in fair ground based on our own knowledge. So I'm seeing an opportunity here, and I think that it's not up to the politicians waiting. I think we have an academic drive to actually see the opportunity of what AI can do to actually rewrite for us the global South exclusion in the spaces of knowledge creation, application, and co-creation. Even to a point of us, like for example, I'll give an example. If you find the tools that we are using, let's say tools that actually will even filter down into policies and policy briefs to our country, like gender-based violence related type of policies, then you find that the language is not aligning with the language of the people. And to a point that the tools are not assisting the intended people or the intended audience, because we're not speaking along the lines. So when you get there and learn from the people, you actually discover different languages and different terminologies that we need to upgrade ourselves as service providers, policymakers. But if we don't have this ability and link this ability to curate and have an opportunity of unmuting ourselves because we were muted for some time, I don't think that politicians will drive the point, but I think it's an opportunity for the academics, for the practitioners to drive the point of transformation in our country, because this is an opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree. Well done.
Yeah. No, thank you. I agree with the contribution that you're making there. So there's many big questions. Is how does AI drive transformation? How does AI be introduced in such a way that it's not contributing to inequality, but rather trying to bridge the gap? And so there's so many different ways that you can approach it. We look at the infrastructure angle. There's more that needs to be done about how do we increase the investment in the infrastructure that we use, that we have, so that we create more facilities for our own people to benefit from this. We have the things that are in place where you have models from China and potentially elsewhere that maybe through BRICS we can start to funnel those through to our people. But it's one thing for China to build the model and say it's free. It's another thing for us to be able to run it. And so that's where you need to have infrastructure available, and then not only make that infrastructure, create the infrastructure, you need to make it open. So you don't want to create the infrastructure and give access only to the corporates. You need to create the infrastructure and then have it be accessed by the general public. And so this then creates an argument for public digital infrastructure, more so public AI infrastructure, right? So there's those issues. Then there's other issues about how we sort out, get our AI strategies in place. It's been lacking. We need to think about how we integrate AI to solve the foundational problems that we have in the country. But then if your strategy is wholly dependent on AI, you need to think about those that don't have access. So what about electricity? What about data? What about network provision wherever you might be? These are all the foundational things that need to be in place. So you could say AI is great and you have access to this new intelligence. Who has access? Who can afford the access? So all of these are big questions. These are things that we try to explore in the work that we do at the HSRC. And I'll invite anybody else to contribute more. I'm laughing. I saw this picture of a dog with a PhD.
I gave my dog a PhD. I think that's actually a call for lunch break. Thanks, Krish.
Okay, colleagues, let's take lunch and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Going to handle the mute situation.
Hi, friend.
My friend. Ngithi kaloku izolo uyibonanga ndithumelele yena nomntu wakhe my fiance.
Oh, yes, ngiyakhumbula. Yes. Yebo, yebo. I wonder why though bachuze kungasitsheli esontweni.
Miliswa, we can hear you.
You are unmuted.
Please.
Yeah, nomuntu wakhe benganitshelanga esontweni, we all know. Don't be so disgruntled. Please mute.
Krish, can you hear us?
Yes, Moses?
Krish, do you mind sharing the presentation from your side?
Okay, I saw you were trying to put it on
Yeah,
from
but
yours.
let me see.
Can I just want to, Moses, do you know how you switch off those notifications?
If you go to your settings,
Yeah.
On your settings, just scroll. I think it's the last two at the bottom. I think. Yeah.
I found something that says mute settings, mute notifications.
Yeah. I found it.
Is there anything that we can do to manage the crosstalk?
Say that again, Krish.
The crosstalk, we're getting a lot of people talking at the same time.
I think we must just mute everybody and then maybe just the presenter.
So what I keep doing is I'm going to attendees and I'm pressing mute all.
Yeah, mute all. Yeah.
It's just sometimes I'm talking and I can't see where it is. Sometimes the speaker might also be an attendee, and if you mute all, you're going to stop the speaker and the other person. So, yeah.
Is there no way you can make some of us administrators so we can mute them? Because I think when you're sharing, then we can actually mute people on our side, because I'm logged in on my own computer, but I'm also monitoring the room. So it will be easier for me to be able to mute people, and then also that notifications that keep coming in. So I think, I don't know if there's a way we can put the chat off on the side.
I put on a setting to mute the notifications. I'm hoping that's working. And I don't see a co-host option in Teams like you get in Zoom.
Oh.
I think if you just invite us and then you go to presenters mode, I think, or no, organizers. Then
There's
you
only
add us
presenter option.
You don't have organizers.
No, there's no organizer option. It's only presenter.
All right. I bought food, but I'm maybe, I don't know. It's already out. It's okay, guys.
Perhaps what I need is a second laptop.
Yeah, I will just not that for more.
Petronella, I'm going to plug your slides in. You can tell me if this is the right version. Just give it a minute. So I'm using the one that's still shared.
Yeah, that is the correct version.
Okay. Got it. So we got 55 minutes here and then body break and another 55 minutes.
When is Tulang coming in?
After you've done your slides.
Okay, I'll be shorter.
Yes, Petronella. So is it all slides or the first one first? Because I saw that you have some slides and then you have some practicals.
At
When
the
do you
end
want
of
me to come in?
I think you can come in before the exercises, then they can do the exercises afterwards. Or
Super. Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Can you maybe try to test your presentation, Tulang, so long we maybe we'll have to stop sharing.
No, Krish.
Krish. Oh, okay.
Yeah, With Teams, you don't even need to stop sharing. As long as I share it, you just kick it out.
Oh, by the way, yeah. Is it yours, this one? Oh, then we fine. We saw that. Thank you.
Okay, can you see?
We can see your presentation, Tolan. Thank you very much.
Okay, super. Let me stop sharing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, so you're gonna just respond to Petronella's stuff, right? Tolan?
So sorry?
Petronella will make the first presentation, and then you'll come in with the your review, your thoughts.
Yes. I'll just come after because I've looked at her slides, so I think her slides are more into the practical side of it, but I'll give an overall picture of AI ethics in research, regulation, and so on. Yeah.
10-15 minutes is enough.
Sorry?
10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it will be less than that. Sure.
We'll give colleagues a few more minutes and then we'll kick off.
Thanks.
Apologies, Dr. Chetty.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question. I won't be able to stay for the rest of the session due to other commitments, and I just wanted to know if I will be having access to the recording and how will I have access to the recording, please?
What we will do, it won't be immediately after the session. We will download the videos and upload it to our HSRC YouTube channel, so that it usually takes about a week or so. And once that's done, we will then share it by email with everyone who's registered.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And then I downloaded all the materials, so I'm okay with that. And then lastly, I have a question before I leave. So I've noticed that Doctor spoke of the HSRC's discussion on our country's AI strategy and also public infrastructure. So I just wanted to know how can we contribute to that discussion? Because I would like to participate in the process where possible, please.
So that's always the question, is how do we get more involved? Our approach in the HSRC is that we publish more on these matters. So our voice is out there. We turn these the research that we do into policy briefs. We try to have public webinars where we can engage. We invite government from time to time to these events so that they can be familiar with the work that we're doing. I guess our main objective is just to build awareness and share more information about what's out there. We also in the HSRC, I run what we call AI in a community south for AI in the global south. And so we take a very social science perspective to AI. In that community of practice, we share the work that we're doing in the here at the HSRC, and then we talk to our colleagues. We bring in our networks from outside, and we ask them for their advice about what should we be prioritizing, where should the work be going, and how do we build engagement out there. It's a new initiative that started this year, and you're welcome to join that community of practice. You can just email me, and we can take it further from there.
Okay, is it possible that Doctor can share your email address in the chat for me? Because I also sent Doctor a LinkedIn invite to connect via LinkedIn as well.
Sure. I assume you're referring to me. I'm not a doctor. It's just kchetty@hsrc.ac.za. We'll pop that in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Apologies.
Oh, no worries. It's aspirational.
Yes, definitely. But you are doing great, brilliant work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, colleagues. We've just passed 1 o'clock. In the interest of finishing earlier, I would like to kick us off for the post-lunch program. We had a lot of questions about ethics in the previous session when we distributed the registration link and we looked at what are the topics that are most in demand. It's this question about how do we use AI ethically in a research context, which has come up. And so we've at pains tried to grapple with what's the best way to deal with this. What are different institutions saying on this matter? So we actually have two colleagues that will speak to you today on ethics. First, we begin with Dr. Petronella Sal, who has a presentation that will first focus on the ethics and the approach that you can handle. We've tried to approach it from a more practical perspective. And then we also have Dr. Tolong Mokele. Both are senior researchers here at the HSRC. And Tolong will respond to Petronella's presentation and share his insight. Tolong has actually been leading some of the work here at the HSRC in developing an AI policy for the institution. So he has perspectives on what are the big themes that should be integrated into such policies. Petronella, Pretoria is still muted, so you can unmute and then come in.
Okay.
Great. Do you have, there should be an option also on your screen if you have, oh no, you're following the presentation there. So you can just prompt me when you need to change slides and I'll move it for you.
Okay. Thank you, Krish. You've covered basically the first two slides. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, colleagues. The AI ethics in research, as Krish said, was actually the most requested topic.
Sorry. We are back online.
We're online.
Thanks, colleagues. We are muting.
Sorry, Krish, we just got a few colleagues still coming in. So the AI ethics in research was the most requested topic by the participants. And we all understand the difference between right and wrong, but do we uphold the ethics standards when we are writing? We all knew that, or we all know that ethical concerns in research are not new, but back when they released ChatGPT, there was a increase in unethical behavior among students and researchers. Which leads us to today's question: how can we ensure that AI is applied in our research papers in an ethical way? We're looking at identifying ethical issues in AI integration, and we will look at 4 key principles, focusing on reliability, honesty, respect, and accountability. We will have 2 practical exercises where we will identify ethical use of AI, and then we will see if we can identify the unethical use of AI in a journal article. Thanks, Krish. So today's presentation on my side, it was guided by the three guidelines, and all of these three guidelines have the same key principles in common, which is honesty, respect, and accountability. I can see my UCT friends are giving hearts. We also had a very comprehensive ethical guideline from UKZN, which we added in the pack. If you can maybe just share that in the chat again. I think it was from the health sciences, and that guideline actually focused on how to use AI in writing your proposal in an ethical way. Thanks, Krish. So the first principle that we are looking at is reliability. And we are responsible for ensuring that, we are responsible for ensuring that our outputs are accurate, and we are responsible for the integrity of our work. For example, you cannot just copy and paste a summary that you obtain from AI, for example, a transcript. As a researcher, you need to compare it to the original transcript and check that it captures the meaning accurately, and make sure nothing has been misinterpreted or left out. And here is where it's important that you know your subject field. You won't be able to identify misinformation if you yourself are not well informed about what is happening in your field. Sometimes ChatGPT like to please you, or I think it's in the training data, but another researcher must, if that researcher should copy your study or replicate your study, they should be able to arrive at the same or similar findings, not findings that are skewed or unverified by unverified AI outputs. Thanks, Krish. Secondly, we look at honesty. And I think as people and researchers, that's one of the principles that we were raised on. You need to be an honest child. From a young age, our parents teach us honesty. we need to be honest. And if you are not honest, they will ask you, who taught you to lie? Or who taught you what? Or this is also where the guideline of NMU that is based some of the AI guidelines on Ubuntu. AI those values were not instilled in that machine. So you as a researcher, you must be transparent and you must be honest. You can't decide, I will only be honest in the beginning, but I will tweak my findings to suit the style I want to prefer. So yeah, it is important that, especially when you, which you will get to later on in the process, you need to be honest. If you plan to publish, you need to disclose the use of Gen AI. Thanks, Krish. The second principle is respect. When we work with learner data, for example, and it goes back to the principle of Ubuntu. I'm just wondering, I think Talang will add on it, but when you actually obtain an ethical clearance certificate, if you should write in your application, I will transcribe my data using AI, and the learner data or whatever data you use might be made publicly available and to train other modules on. So before you upload your transcript, you need to make sure that there is no or any identifying information that might breach privacy. So we need to respect our participants, their stories, and their data. Thanks, Krish. And the last one is accountability. And I think accountability has also been drilled into us from a young age. You can't blame your classmate. And this is where it's important to note that you cannot say, but I used AI and the tool is unreliable. It made a mistake. It misinterpreted. You as a researcher must take responsibility for all aspects of the research process and its outcomes, including those that you obtain through AI. And you cannot outsource your responsibility. You cannot say that I will be responsible for the introduction. Elisa.com will do the literature review and so on and so on. So you need to be accountable. And one of the journals mentioned that, which you will get to next in the other slide, that one of the reasons AI cannot be an author is because it cannot take responsibility. So it lies with us as humans to check the errors that we obtain from using AI. And this is where it comes in again, that how will you be able to check for mistakes if you don't know your subject or your field? You will just believe what I think all of us were wowed when you sometimes put something into AI and you're like, wow, is this really true? I once asked ChatGPT to give me some information on educational technology in mathematics. And it gave me back one of the papers that I wrote. And I was like, oh, it really does know the thing. But then the next thing I asked it something and it was totally not applicable. So you need to know your subject field so that you can be able to correct the errors. Thanks, Krish. So back to honesty and respecting our participants and what we do with their data. Like I explained, you need to remove identifiers before uploading transcripts. For example, you cannot say Petronella Sal from whatever town. You have to explain participant one. So before you upload it into ChatGPT or whichever AI tool, you need to remove those identifiers. Then ChatGPT is also able to pick up sensitive information and it will reuse that information the next time you ask a similar prompt. And what the most important thing that I've noticed is that sometimes when you assign a code name or ask AI to assign a code name, sometimes it's not consistent throughout all the outputs, especially when you created a project for that. So you as a researcher, you always need to have that the human oversight, like the supervisor, and make sure that when you use AI, that it's consistent across every transcript and the output and AI output. One thing that I've noted was that, for example, ChatGPT, especially when you use the paid version, is that the themes, sometimes it takes so long for us to go through all the papers and to do a thematic analysis. But as a group of researchers, for example, if AI gives you the first version of themes, then that second group maybe need to verify those themes and to determine that the participants actually describe them in their issues. The last one is secure processing. I actually found it interesting that we shouldn't upload our transcripts to free public AI tools.
I wonder why I can't hear it.
So it's important not to upload your transcripts to AI, especially if you haven't removed the identifiers. For example, your organization's IT department can maybe identify secure platforms, and this is only that for the purpose of protecting where the data is so the third-party users cannot use them, or the AI models don't use them to train the data to train other modules. Thanks, Krish. So what happens to your data? I explained earlier that only 2 nights ago, when I asked myself, I was conducting a few interviews and I used my Zoom to transcribe and record the meeting. And then I asked myself, but what is happening to the data? Because my AI gave me a nice summary and I asked, but what is actually happening to my data or to my participants' data? So I asked ChatGPT, what are you doing with my data? And it popped the screen out in front. And then the reality kicked in that it retains my data and it may reuse it. So many of us, before we use a new tool, don't go to the fine print and to determine what is actually happening to your data. And it notes there that the setting is yes to use your data by default. So I think that's how they basically trick you into not, if you didn't know. So the moment you started it and you ask a few questions, it already stored the information. And next, Krish, it already stores the information. So that's the screenshot that I took of the default. And only then I actually made it not to, I removed the default yes to no, so that they don't use my AI for future reference. Mind you, I've been using it ever since it had been released. So for all these years, I haven't noted that option of data control. So it's important to review the terms and conditions of any AI tool. This morning, we've introduced participants to a lot of AI tools, and I can put my head on a block that maybe not one participant first went to check the terms and conditions of that AI tool before operating with it. Only once we are in trouble, then we want to go and read the fine print. Thank you, Krish. So, how do you use AI ethically to draft journal articles? And I know we are so overwhelmed with today you are up to date, tomorrow morning the same tool has a new version or a paid version, and now you are limited. It's in some way that they're trying to hook you with the free version and they show you all the cool things the tool can use. And now they ask you, if you want to use more, pay more. And for us that are not English speakers by first language, ChatGPT and other models really help us regarding the language support. In academia, you have to pay a lot of money for reviewing and editing your paper. And I think that is the number one, and that's why I put it up there. Then the AI can help you to summarize idea generation and exploration. And the screenshot next to you can see it's illicit.com. That is one of the papers that we use AI for. And before we knew that you actually have to disclose it because journals, the publishers only recently started to ask for you to disclose the use of AI. And we indicated that we use illicit.com and this is how we used it. So that is just the right thing to do. I know some of us, or most of us, draft journal articles, full complete paragraphs and sentences. But if your supervisor have to see the paper that you're writing now, after they drilled it into you, find your own voice over and over. It's really hard to find your voice when everything you write or take from the ChatGPT or the bot as it is. So I explained that it can help you with coding assistant and generate content. The publishers explained that to what extent can AI generate content for you? If a tool generates a paragraph for you, you as the researcher cannot just copy and paste that paragraph and make it your own. You need to critically analyze that paragraph and explain this is how I use it. And thanks, Krish. Tools cannot take responsibility, therefore they cannot be an author. That's the argument that the publishers have. You cannot say, but it's Claude's fault. Claude cannot take accountability, so therefore no AI tool can be next to SAL et al. Or ChatGPT et al. I noted that in ChatGPT they have APA 7 chat agent, but you cannot cite AI as an author. If it cannot be an author, then it's not reliable to cite it. But like the publishers explain, it's important to disclose AI usage. Different publishers, they have different views, so it's important to just follow the journal guidelines before you submit your paper to that publisher. Thanks, Krish. Like I explained before, that when you use AI and you take a step back, whatever it gives you, there must be a sense or a touch of human. Like I explained, you are basically supervising the chatbot. What does it say? And you cannot supervise a chatbot if you don't know the content. So it's hard for you, if you are in education, to go write a full paper on healthcare or health sciences if that's not really your field. You can use the AI to explore that field, but you need to verify all claims, and it's going to be very difficult for you to ensure the accuracy of the content if you yourself are not familiar with the content. Lastly, do not manipulate the data. I was conducting a study and I wanted to use a robust data analysis, and I wanted to conduct exploratory factor analysis. But my participants, I think they got tired because I first interviewed them, and a week later I came back with a stack of questionnaires. So I didn't receive enough responses. The rate was low. And for me, I think I only received 60 questionnaires back. And the requirement for robust quantitative technique was maybe at least 85 to 100 to conduct a factor analysis. So irresponsible use would have been, if I knew back then, maybe ask ChatGPT to create 30 more variables for me, or 30 more responses for me to conduct that analysis. But instead, I just ran basic descriptives. So do not use AI to, if you found that the sky is blue and everybody's saying the sky is green, do not ask your data to, do not ask ChatGPT to tweak your data to show what your audience wants. Thanks, Krish. I will pause at this stage and ask my colleague to come in with another presentation, and then we will come back after his presentation to do 2 exercises that focus on ethical use of AI in research. Thanks, Salam.
Wait, John.
Thanks, Petronella. I'll just, sort of like give a response to what Petronella presented, and also try to come in from the, from the governance point of view of artificial intelligence and the ethics application in research. So I'm presenting on behalf of myself and my colleague Emmanuel Fundisi. I'm Tolam Mokhele. I'm the Geospatial Computing and Analytics Manager at the HSRC. So, one of the tasks that we have been given as the HSRC is to, come up with some, governance of, AI in the social science space. So I will just briefly touch on the introduction, and as colleagues, we are aware that AI is transforming research, governance, and society. So we really need to come up with ethics and a way of guiding the application and its adoption as well as its usage in the research environment. And the moral principles in guiding ethical and responsible use in this research is very key. And we should ensure that the AI applications maximize societal benefits and impact while we avoid potential harms. So why ethics in AI matters? Because one can say that you just want to punch those numbers. You want to for instance, just ask any of the tools that were given earlier in terms of like what you want. But the issue is AI will never be the responsible author or the responsible person for any outcome that will come from that AI generated content or AI generated publication or AI generated presentation or even AI generated rule in terms of law and so on. So we need to ensure that women that are applying AIs are responsible for for such applications and usage. So the first thing, we need to protect human rights and dignity, and then we also need to ensure that there is integrity and trust in research, and then we also guides policy formulation. And then earlier it was indicated that if we are not careful, AI will exacerbate the inequality that is existing, especially between the global north and the global south. So one of the things is that we need regulation for us to be able to see how do we adapt to AI application. And then we also need ethical frameworks to ensure that AI aligns to human values and societal benefit as indicated. And then among the principles, I think as my colleague have already indicated, she stressed a lot about the issue of accountability and responsibility. So I won't dwell much into that. But there is also the issue of transparency and explainability, and the issue of fairness and non-discrimination, privacy and data protection, of which I will delve more into in the next slides. And then the issue of safety and security, as well as training and digital literacy. So I won't say much in terms of accountability, as my colleague Petronella already elaborated more there. So we are saying that AI should be explainable, and it should be transparent in the sense that we should ensure that there is respect, protection, and promotion of human rights and fundamental freedoms and ethical principles that are adhered to. And then we should make sure that this is understandable to the stakeholders or people that we are going to apply this to, and as well as being explainable. And as indicated earlier by my colleague Petronella, you must always document, because as indicated, in some cases, you will need to provide evidence in terms of how did you use AI in terms of maybe a publication or so on. So you must always document whatever you are doing with AI, even the commands that you are giving the, the either chat GPT or, .Z.ai in terms of what,
Excuse me, Tolan, are you sharing the presentation? Because we don't see.
Yes. Are you not seeing?
No.
Let me. Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Moses, can you see my slide?
Not yet. Now
can you see it now?
Yes. Yeah,
oh,
thank
okay.
you. Yeah. If you can just put it on presentation mode. Thank you.
Apologies for that. So then the next among the key principles is fairness and non-discrimination. So we should ensure that AI tools or systems avoid, perpetuating biases. And then we should also ensure that, benefits of AI tools and systems are available and accessible to all, as indicated earlier, to say that let's avoid, AI being used as a divider between the global south and the global north. And then we should also ensure that, whatever data sets we produce with, AI and so on, they are representative and fair. And then the issue of data privacy, if you bring it home in South Africa, it should be, the AI generated data should be in compliance with data policies and regulations such as our POPIA Act. We should ensure that, we apply data anonymization and minimization principles at all costs. And then we should also ensure that, our AI application is sort of like human-centric, in the sense that we should ensure that, there is a societal benefit and impact in terms of like, the AI adoption or application that we are using. And then we should always try to ensure that, AI enhance human capabilities rather than diminishing or replacing, them, especially when it comes to job creation and unemployment. And then we should also ensure that, there is a human oversight on the AI application, so that, we are able to sort of like, to say that AI can be an offer. AI can take a responsibility, as indicated earlier, to say that when you ask a question, it sort of like run an algorithm and then searches whatever is available on the on the cloud or on the internet or in any space that it can be able to access. So whatever it brings there, sometimes it can say something is written by author X, only to find that is not the case, when author X may be his field of area or her field of area is totally different from what the AI is saying. So we must always be careful and have that human oversight. And then the other issue is we should always try to ensure that there is safety and security, especially when it comes to vulnerability of your cyber attacks and security, because all institutions are vulnerable to cyber attacks. So we should be careful that, AI tools don't bring such risk to the organizations and then the environment we are working on, and then also ensure that they secure against the malicious use. As you may know that, hackers are looking up and taking advantage of these tools. And then the other important issue that was stressed even earlier is to say that, the issue of awareness and digital literacy or training. When we train about these AI tools, we should also ensure that there is AI ethics training as part of it. For instance, learning about AI tools should incorporate learning about their ethical use and responsible use, so that we are sure that once the users are using them, they have that ethical training attached to it. And then we should always try to ensure that, we mitigate risk associated with AI through this digital skills and digital literacy awareness and training that we should consider. And then there are some best practices of AI in research, like your ethical impact assessment, your community engagement, diverse research teams, to say that, we should try to have diverse research teams, so that, you have like various, inputs from different disciplines. And then, of course, the responsible data management and data governance. And then also on the issue of, on the open science with caution, we should balance openness with risk management, especially to institutions as well as the country as a whole. And then the issue is we should always have continuous monitoring of this AI application throughout the AI or the AI project life cycle. So there are some key ethical key AI ethical challenges. One of them is bias in data sets and algorithms. And then there is also limited local capacity for AI governance, especially in Global South. And the issue is we should also try to balance innovation with regulation so that, there is that, issue that, as indicated earlier, we adhere to those principles that we talked about: non-discrimination, fairness, and accountability and transparency. And then with regard to regulatory fragmentation, for instance, when you bring it closer to home, currently as the country, we don't have a dedicated AI Act. So I think that's one of the space that needs to be addressed by the country. We only have the AI policy framework as it stands. Even the AI policy is still pending. So, those type of issues needs to be addressed so that, we can be able to use AI responsibly. And remember, once you don't have regulations, it's difficult to even try to say people are wrong or they have, broken a certain rule or a certain act law without, having something that you can say, no, this is the act that we are referring to. And then the other issue is the infrastructure gaps. We have limited access to cloud computing in the Global South as well as in the country. And then the other issue is power dynamics. Who controls the AI? Is it the government, society, the Global North? And then also, as indicated earlier, we need to sort of have our AI regulation and governance. For instance, we still don't have AI Act. At least we have AI policy framework that as the country. So we also still need to come up with AI policy, AI regulations, AI guidelines. As indicated, they are mostly available in our academic institutions and so on. And as HSRC, we are still trying to come up with the AI policy. And when I was asking in terms of our sister councils like CSIR, South African National Space Agency, and so on, it was more clear that they also don't have a standing AI policy. So they just have some guidelines or some policies that have AI embedded in them. So I think this is the space that we as the country needs to move around and make sure that there is clear AI policy and regulation so that we can be able to ensure that there is responsible and ethical use of AI across the country. And then the key part of it is that there should be an establishment of AI ethics committee, which will ensure that there is proactive risk mitigation, and then there is also alignment with human values as indicated earlier. And then the role of this committee, for instance, will be sort of assessing the risk level of AI projects. For instance, the projects or AI applications differ. Some are having high risk to the institution, or to the country. So we should be able to have that type of committee that can look at the level and then assess and then sort of review and monitor throughout the project life cycle in terms of the potential harm that the AI can cause to the institution or to the environment that is being exposed to. And then the other issue is the issue of guidance and policy development, as well as its reviews, updates, and the ethical guidelines that needs to be developed, so that once you have those, then you will be able to say that you can indeed try to use AI ethically. And then also, as well as sort of having that incident response in terms of investigating AI failures and biases and recommending remediation that can be taken, and also the issue of stakeholder engagement. So when it comes to conclusion, we can conclude that ethical considerations are essential, not an option when it comes to AI applications. And then vigilance is needed as AI tools evolve rapidly. And we need to embed ethics from the onset or to ensure that AI serves greater good or it has the societal benefit and impact. And then we should also try to ensure that AI should align with ethical standards for societal benefit. And of course, the research and academic institutions play a key role in terms of guiding or helping the country to come up with the AI governance as well as the ethics of AI across the country. I think that's it in a nutshell from me, Krish. Thanks.
Thanks, Tolan. Thanks for complementing the perspectives that Petronella shared. Colleagues, so you've got two different presentations on this issue of ethics. I think Petronella approached it looking at specific examples, putting herself in the shoes of a researcher and thinking, what are the problems that we face in trying to navigate this new space and what does it mean for the work that we're doing? And then Tulang's given you a perspective, but how do you approach this as an institution? What are the big questions that we should be thinking about? And then what does this also mean for society? So very broad ideas here that are being shared. I know we have some exercises that are planned to it that Petronella is going to lead. Petronella, I see one hand in the chat. Do you want to take this now and then go to the exercise or do the exercise first? Two hands now. Are you muted in Pretoria?
Krish, I think we could quickly take the hand.
Sure. Lerato first.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Mr. Mkele. Thank you. That was a very nice presentation. I just wanted to ask you, and maybe it might be a silly question, maybe you can illuminate for me. There's a bit of a big race for the establishment of data centers in Africa and in South Africa specifically. I recall, I think about 2 weeks ago, Google was sort of lamenting on the fact that they're establishing their Africa regional hub for data in South Africa. So I just wanted to know if you can illuminate why that's such a big deal for them. Is it safe? Is it ethical? What are they going to do with our data, et cetera, et cetera?
Tulang, you're muted. I don't know if you want to take that question.
Yes. No, I think that's why we need regulation and act. For instance, you see, like in cases like this, when we don't have an act, you cannot even be able to sort of like to say that when they come with those intentions, do they only have good intentions or there are like some hidden agendas to say that they will harvest data from the country and then go and use it for certain issues. So hence why we really need to have like an AI Act in the country, as well as, I know that we have, national data and cloud policy, but I think, the act will help us a big deal in this regard when it comes to the data and, the data security and privacy across the country, so that even if the private sector like comes in, but at least there is a certain rule to say that they have to follow and they should not misuse the data for certain purposes. And then there should be that element of like, what is the societal benefit and impact to the country? Thanks.
If I can just add to that, I just want to make a small provocation. Most of us use OneDrive or we use Google. We share our data on OneDrive. We don't know where that data sits. The popular policy says personal information needs to be housed within the borders of the country, but the way the big cloud AI, the cloud technologies work, that it's replicated all around the world, and so your data goes all over the place. So with Google coming in, hopefully they can say your data will stay here, but I don't know if they can go so far as that the data won't leave our borders. So these are questions that we need to navigate. Bogiwe?
Hi, colleagues. I'm not sure if I'm audible. Thank you.
We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Afternoon, everyone. Thank you for such a training. I'm really of interest around the ethical component as a person who's a lecturer. We find that with the tools that are coming, for instance, especially when it comes to ethical use. Grammarly forms part of AI. If I can make an example, I stand to be corrected. Forms part of AI, and it helps, especially when it comes to the grammatical, technical writing aspects, because editorial is expensive. We have to agree upon that. So it also helps in cleaning up the work. So I'm not sure if there is a way where, when it picks, we give assignments to students, there is a Turnitin that is AI embedded on it now, where it picks your similarity index, and then it picks your AI, and then it says that you have 80% of AI, and you find that that was Grammarly, for instance, that you use. It was not even ChatGPT. Where I'm going is there a way for AI, when it picks it can streamline to say, this is Grammarly, this is Quaid, this is Grok, this is Chat? I'm not sure, because I think that will also safeguard, because the tools that are there, they're efficiently helping make life convenient from my side, but also that's the part. Is there a way to tease it out to say, this is 20% Grammarly, this is 10% Grok, this is 10% ChatGPT. That's my first
for good, go that side where you will have support. Alone, yeah.
Okay, do I continue? I see someone was talking. Can I continue?
Sunday, if you can mute. Thank you. Continue, please.
Okay, so that was the first one. Is there a way to tease out when it takes you, when the report, for instance, you turn it in, because the assignments that students are doing, they turn it in based, and then the turn it in gives you a similarity index, and then it gives you your percentage of the AI that it picks from your schoolwork that you submit. So is there a way for it to just pull it up to say, this is Grammarly, this is, to just tease it out on the different AI tools that are there? That's the first one. The second one is around when the colleague said here, Utolang, that when it comes to governance of AI, that was a very interesting point that he raised around who owns AI. In a sense, that's how I think they say starting point to work on regulating it, because I feel the AI that we have is more like, I relate it to an informal trading sector. So you have the informal trading sector, of which we've been trying, or they've been, if I can put it like that, ways that they've been trying to regulate it, but it's still a bit of a challenge. So when I view AI, I view it at a lens of the informal trading sector that we have in South Africa, for instance, in terms of how do you work around regulating it, which is still a challenge till today. So I don't know if maybe if we go back to that point of who owns AI, maybe we could work around figuring out. Thank you.
There's two laptops that are active.
Please, can we mute all the non-speakers? This is so distracting.
Yes, I think there's two laptops that are connected to Teams, if they can just mute them. Thank you.
Talang, do you want to take that question?
Take the first question, then Talang can take the second question about who owns the AI.
Okay.
So regards to the question about the AI that the students use, I think that later on in the presentation we had a slide of that we took from CPUT, where they explained when to use AI and if your lecturer approves it. So I think, like Grammarly, when students should use AI is when it enhances their learning, not as a shortcut to plagiarize. And with the development of new AI agents, they are trying to also develop AI detectors. Like with Turnitin, it will tell you exactly where that source is coming or where that answer is coming from. But sometimes I read the article about the AI detector that actually made a mistake, and it was not a large language model. The output did not derive from a large language model. So they have the same way we are trying to detect AI. Different agents are being developed to humanize the text that were generated from AI. So I think it's very difficult to detect. For example, while we were doing the presentation, I was telling my colleague, oh, I hate this AI. Look at all these M dashes. But what if there's a researcher that used M dash before AI, or that used the word delve or leverage or certain? Like I've noted that with AI generated text, it won't provide a context before it starts, and it will have the words after the comma with ing. So it's difficult to detect AI because every time it will give you a different response, even if it's the same question that you ask over and over. I think that while we are trying to detect AI, the agents are now trying to make AI sound more human. If that addresses your answers, thank you. Talang?
Before Talang comes in, if I can just add to Petronella's point that she made. So yes, it is a bit of a cat and mouse, and so it's very hard to determine. You made that example of Grammarly also being flagged now as AI. So the question is, should we actually be tracking it this way? UCT has made the decision now to stop policing where the AI is coming or whether the text was generated by AI. So that's a new precedent which is in the country, and perhaps other institutions may opt to follow suit and choose not to be using Turnitin going forward. But I think the key message from Petronella's presentation as well, when you do use AI, disclose it and explain how. So if you use Grammarly, make the statement to say I use Grammarly to do my editing, so that it's mentioned upfront. Talang, the second question.
Thanks, Krish. I think that's the tricky one. Like I did post that question to say who owns AI, whether is it us as users, the society or government or the global north. So like Krish indicated earlier to say that, there is a big competition and other countries are putting massive monies around this AI environment. So I think it's key that, for instance, for the country, we do come up with the regulation for AI application and usage, so that we ensure that whatever we have in terms of AI application, it has societal benefit and impact. And then in that sense, even though we cannot say it's owned by the society, but at least we will be saying that it does contribute to the improvement of the society across the country. So like you are saying, in the business informal business industry, we should ensure that it does assist them in trying to to ensure that they improve, or there is an improve operational efficiency in terms of the work they do as the informal industry. So I don't have an exact answer, but I think it's one of the things that we should always ask ourselves to say, who owns it, and then it's for whose benefit. Thank you.
Thanks, Talang. Vuwavo, you've got a comment or a question?
Thank you for that. I think it's a question or a comment. Petronella indicated that we need to declare, let's say you use AI on your publications and so forth. So my question really is, are we really ready and honest enough not to discriminate against those who declare that they've used AI? When it comes to publication, I mean, it's still really, really frowned upon if you say, oh, I use AI to write an article. Earlier on in the morning, you asked us, what do we use AI for? Somebody said they are scared about using AI and their integrity. So that's my question. I hope I made sense.
Yeah, I think we got it. Petronella, Pretoria is muted.
Thanks for that question. I think that's a very important question, and especially regarding the declaration. And we are very grateful for UCT to take the lead and say, but we're not going to police it anymore. We recently did a review to see how AI was employed in postgraduate studies globally. And we found that very little academics indicated, we couldn't find literature on lectures' use of AI. So I'm really not sure how to answer it, because I think it's a personal, it depends on you. If you don't have integrity, you could publish an entire article. Like, I think there was some article that was on the news with a rat with massive genitals and it was flat. If you use AI maybe to generate your images, you have to disclose. But I think it's a personal matter on how honest enough are you? For example, all the images in my presentation, they were generated with ChatGPT. Are you willing to take the credit? Are you willing to take the accountability? I think it's personal values that of each and every researcher to disclose, but it could be the end of your career if you publish a paper and you did not disclose it. Besides just the journal maybe retracting it, but your reputation as a lecturer or any academic or researcher could be at stake. So I think it's personal values that also play a huge role in whether you choose to disclose or not.
Thank you, Petronella. I'm noting that we've gone beyond the time and you still have the exercise. Petronella, can I suggest that we put on the Menti and we'll try and do the...
Krish, before you go, there is a question.
No, I just wanted to find out, besides just research people that have to do research and be aware of ethical dilemmas that they have to encounter, what about your normal person that just works in an organization that is just basically an HR practitioner or just a normal person that uses ChatGPT? So is there any other laws that are stopping people in their normal day-to-day just to employ that into?
Thank you. I think the problem comes in when you, like researchers, we are in the knowledge production business, to say that. So I think the problem comes in when you are claiming it's your own. As a HR, you can write the email with ChatGPT, but you don't have to make a statement at the end of the email saying this entire email was drafted by. It makes your work easier. So I think the problem comes in when you say, this is me, I did that, because it's not your voice, it's not yours. Even if they can't trace it, that you use ChatGPT. For researchers, it's different because your article will sit there on the internet, and one of the requirements for a publication is that it must be original, and it must. That's why they don't even publish your paper or consider it if it's still under review somewhere else, because we want that original work. But if you don't say AI helped me in this way or that way, it means you are also dishonest. It just jeopardizes your methodology, your results, because if you could be dishonest once, maybe, how do we trust your findings? How do we trust anything that you write now and for years to go? Like, for example, the case that a different scenario where lawyers use cases generated by ChatGPT, and the magistrate or whatever, they couldn't find those cases. So how do you, I mean, it's a totally different setting. They just use those case examples to, it's a law, it's a different, so I think within each organization or environment, there are different ways of AI disclosure, but where somebody's life depends on it, like health or law, I think the ethical aspects must be more stricter in those environments. But like HR or other things that where you don't claim that it's yours, I think you don't have to disclose. That's just my view on that.
And can I just come in there? Just
can I come in?
Okay.
Before we go on, can I just ask Petronella put up the Menti in the meantime, and so that can get started, and then we'll continue the discussion. Jack, perhaps you can just follow the hands in Pretoria and tell me who's next.
Yeah, because I just wanted to also clarify, Krish.
Okay, Tolang, you can go.
Tolang, and then we'll go to IPA.
Yes, you know, like my colleague indicated from the support services point of view, you know, one of the tricky issue is to say that, you know, yes, from the support side of it, you are not publishing. But what is key is to say that even though you are not publishing, just imagine if you can write an email using AI and then that email is found to be like discriminative. There is that element of ownership to say that whatever you do with AI, you must know that you must take responsibility as an human being, because AI can't be accused to say that you have discriminated against a person, you know, in that sense. So yes, you may not use it for, you know, for your, you know, the production of, you know, maybe publication per se, but whatever is AI generated, whether it's an email or whether it's, for instance, you know, audit reports and so on, they have implications in the sense that if they can have like some, you know, unwanted outcomes, the person who used that, either the support person or the official, must be accountable in terms of like to say, we cannot accuse AI. It has to be the person who used that AI who is responsible for such an action. So we are saying that, you know, the actions, the outcomes, and the decisions that are generated through AI, the responsibility relies on the user of the AI. Thanks.
Thanks, Tolang. So the hand in the back in Pretoria.
Yeah. So I just want to bring a different perspective. We had quite similar discussion around referencing, crediting whoever was the owner of the actual base work. So, for example, in the software engineering in data service environments, there are tools called Code Assist. Code Assist basically looks at the Git repository, go through the plug. It can be a plugin, it can be a library. It goes through the README file, and then it also checks the examples. For example, if you once went to GitHub, somebody said on an issue said, send me your piece of code so that I can do, like, we can exchange the code. If it's public, what Code Assist actually does without letting people know is that it goes and takes that piece of code, generates a new version of code, which can be used in a production environment. And it was found out that some of these codes that are generated by just anybody anywhere, they're actually used in the day-to-day applications that we use. For example, it can be a banking app, it can be any sort of tool that you can use that was developed from using AI. The bigger question is, who do you credit? For example, if I go and ask ChatGPT, can you write me a function that calculates maybe forecast age for me in an application for a certain investment? So it goes and look at the Git repository, look at the development of forecasting financial investments, and then copies that code without changing anything. It gives me as a result, and then I just go in, plug in my functions, and then the application works. I take it and then set it. So the bottom line is, as we use these things, we need to read licensing. For example, if you look at OpenAI, I think it's based on some MIT license, which says you cannot actually generate something and go and sell it. But big industries, actually, somebody who's employed there actually just keeps on asking ChatGPT to recommend how these codes are written and everything. And they're actually violating this code because it says you cannot use this particular software or any information that I actually share with you without crediting the owner. The first question is, who's the owner? Because OpenAI itself goes and sources the code somewhere. And on the Code Assist, the issue is it does not even tell you where it got the piece of code. It just gives you the code without acknowledging where it found it. So I think that's one thing that we have to consider as a human being before you use an AI. Be mindful of what are you trying to do, what are the underlying licenses. Just do that a bit of research and try to understand if are you allowed to use that. Do you have to pay a certain fee for you to maybe use code assist on Gemini? Because when you use the paid version, obviously it does actually tells you who actually coded the actual underlying code. It even tells you if you have a lot of questions or you need a resource who specialize in this kind of functions. I have a list that you can actually explore to get to the right people. But if it's just open AI, which is in the public domain, people are already exploiting it without even know that they're exploiting it. And some of the people are not even credited. So it's not the issue in the research space only. It's an issue almost everywhere where there's an AI. So yeah, right policies are actually needed everywhere. So I think, yeah, that's my input.
And thanks, Ipa. So there's lots of different perspectives that we need to think about from different disciplines that you're working in. We need to understand how the different institutions are approaching it. Before we go to the next question, colleagues, so we've got the Mentimeter going on. It's a nice little quiz that's going on, and there's a bit of a competition going on. At the end, we'll see who's the winner. The faster you answer the question, the faster or the more points you get. Yeah, so carry on that. What I'll do while the quiz is going on, there's been a standing hand from Lerato. Let me invite Lerato to make a comment.
Sorry, I did not have a comment. I just left my hand raised. Sorry, let me take it down.
Okay. The next hand was from Cindy.
Thanks, Krish. I was actually interested in knowing whether there are any government structures that look into regulating which AI resources people should be exposed to. Because in as much as we go through all these AI resources, are they suitable for communities? That's the first question. The second question is around whether the structures that exist now, have they looked at AI resources developed within countries? Like right now, we are more reliant on global North resources. But has anyone explored the Southern or the African resources that are specific to AI or that are AI and could assist probably to resolve most of our issues? Because I believe that when people develop something, we as the users, Africa seems to be a platform of users where everything is being tested on us to verify whether it works for our communities or not, or it suits our needs or not. And sometimes I think it's time for countries to look into developing their own AI resources that cater for their own communities. And probably the government will be able to regulate, which resources are more suitable since they are designed within specific countries and tailored for specific communities as well. I think that's just my comment or addition onto this. Thanks.
Talang, would you like to take that? I can make a comment if you like.
Yes, Krish, it's a difficult one, but as it stands, we don't have, structures that regulate which AI tools can be used in the country. But I think it can be important to say that, like indicated earlier, to say that we need to start coming up with our own from the global south. And I think the issue of, AI governance and regulation will help us a great deal here to say that even if you are using an AI from the north, but it should sort of like be of, societal benefit to the global south and so on. So regulation will help a big deal. And then I think I can just give one example to say that, I know that some institutions, they sort of like, they have a strict rule to say that which AI tool can be applied, across the company. For instance, some they are strictly using a Copilot. So, their IT systems are in such a way that you cannot use any AI tool except a Copilot, as an example. But then when it comes to the research institute and academic institutions, it's quite difficult. You cannot force people to use one or few AI tools. But what you can do, you can regulate the use of AI tools within that industry as well as the environment.
Thanks, Tolan. I think
Thanks.
you've covered it. I would come in. A question from Dr. Ma.
Okay. Is this mic? Hi.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to go back to the question that was raised about whether people in HR, for instance, admin roles would have any restrictions, any regulatory considerations there. Just to add to what the previous respondents have said, is that one, you have to look at policies within the organization. We all have been using AI before it became a fad anyway. For instance, even if you just switch off Copilot, before there was the real Copilot, not the for all of us who had the old version of Microsoft back in the day, we can still use generated images on our PowerPoint slides, for instance. So, and you have automated responses when you're not at work, when someone says it's an automatic reply. The reason I'm saying this is that there tends to be some knowledge that some things aren't authored by yourself. I think you have to put that, let's not take it for granted that even the HR person can write an email, but still have something that says it's the chatbot or whatever that generated it, and it's good practice. Because we are already used to the fact that we don't write everything, and this is when we use spell check all the time. That's not necessarily your voice, and it's not even considered AI. It gives you suggestions on how would you rather use this word. It's doing your spelling for you, your grammar all the time. So it's becoming a very blurred line, especially for younger people when they enter this realm where they're submitting assignments for school. But where do I draw the line that this is not my work, but you've accepted that Word in Microsoft can help me write a better essay anyway, even if you switch off Copilot. I think it's those little disclaimers that we have to get used to putting in and make it a culture for every organization and every institution, from school all the way to work, that you need to put these riders, even if it's a little colorful font at the bottom, that this is generated. It's just best practice. Whether or not your credibility will be lowered if you say you used AI, I think that over time will go away. It is important, however, from a regulatory perspective, and I'll try and be short, the predicament that we're in is in sensitive spaces like medicine, where you could use an AI to help you diagnose. Where does the liability lag, right? Those things are things that still need to be, and I think UKZN has done a lot of work on that, but I think it still needs to be interrogated a bit more, because in the Western world, there are already cases that are, they can check your AI searches based on whichever institution you're using. And if you come up with a wrong diagnosis using generative AI, who's to blame, the AI or yourself? Maybe we're going to have to start writing notes and saying, well, I was assisted by ChatGPT or whatever to generate this diagnosis. And we have to really think about it. It's cross-cutting. If I make a decision based on a research project from one of you fine colleagues, and I make a diagnosis based on your research of acceptability of a certain treatment modality, and I say I opt to not use it, but you actually used AI to generate a whole research project, there's so far-reaching consequences of not disclosing. So I would rather someone says, I used generative AI to help me, and I can literally see where that line of demarcation is, and how useful that information would be to me, or whether I, as an individual, as a scientist, as a doctor, can say, okay, I'm not going to use this research. It has its own validity issues in my setting, but it's okay for whatever it is that they were researching, but I can't use it for clinical decisions.
Thank you, Davis, Dr. Ma. I'll just make a quick comment in response. So I feel like the line, as you say, is being blurred. And what that means is that culture is adapting very quickly. And what's acceptable today is probably going to change very quickly. And so as technology becomes more ubiquitous and more people start using it, perhaps you'll find more use of AI becoming more culturally acceptable. So this is an evolving space that we've got to try and keep track of. I want to recognize Kim for winning the contest. So well done to you. Glad to see so many of us doing so well, so many high responses there as well. We'll take the last question from Peter Maritzburg, and then we'll jump into the next module. So please unmute.
Is it afternoon? Is it good day? It's been afternoon. Colleagues, the discussion has been quite interesting, and on the Peter Maritzburg campus, we are blown away, by the amount of information that we have learned today. But I'm also laughing because we seem to be wanting to find solutions, to some of the challenges that this AI is bringing. Obviously, I think we should accept that it comes with a shortfall because one, it invades our space. There's a balanced reciprocal gain. It collects your own information, and then you also get access into the space that helps you do work, much more better than how you would have traditionally. I was then saying my engagement was also triggered by one of the colleagues who said, in South Africa, or in Africa, do we have African, accustomed ways of managing our AI? And I'm looking at the crisis that we have to say, if we have it, where will it be placed? Because I don't see our government, being equipped enough, to manage this. Now that we are exposed to this, then what do we do with it? Then I sort of gave myself an answer to say the ethical considerations in AI, I think, should be the only guide that we have and implement as we navigate the space, understanding that we are chasing a fast-moving train. Tomorrow, we could be meeting Cowboy 2.0. The following day we could be meeting ChatGPT 3.0. So yeah, I think that's the question that we need to be asking ourselves. Where do we draw the line, or are we continuously going to be getting consumed in these apps, and until when? Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. So this is a evolving space, as I'm saying, and the lines of what's acceptable is going to keep changing. It's very important that our data, we have control of our data. Perhaps we need more policies that speak to how we control data ownership within the country. I know of an example from India where there's co-ops that are being created, and they found data that is local language generated from Indian communities is actually at a premium. And so when they're generating that data, what that co-op is doing is that it's funneling back returns to the communities that are generating it. And so they found 1 month's or 1 day's worth of data was actually the same equivalent of a month's salary that many of the people were earning before. So it's a question of how do we benefit from our own data? If they're doing it in India, why can't we be doing it here on the African continent as well? So we need those sorts of innovative models to take ownership of our data so that the value comes back to the people that generate it. So these are the big questions that need to be explored. Petronella, I see you've put up your mock journal article from
Sorry,
the
Krish.
next
No, I think we are very, 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 very overwhelmed, and we are very tired. And some of us need body breaks. But at first, that was the second activity. It was entirely generated by ChatGPT. I think it would pass the face validity test of an original article, but the participants could explore that activity in their own time. I'm not sure if you can see maybe some of the things you've learned. I'm very, very proud of Kim. At least she learned. So that's what all teachers want to say. That one learner that will the ethical champion of the day. But you can see, just to point out that I've cited ChatGPT as an author, and the citation would obviously, if you clicked on the link, it would not be valid or verified. So that is maybe just an extra activity for you to explore. That's all from my side. Thanks, Krish.
Okay, thanks, Petronella. So colleagues, I just want to get a sense, do we want to take a 5-minute body break or should we push on? I can try and cut the next session short so we can aim to finish at about 3 o'clock. Can I get an indication? CPUT, Maritzburg, Durban.
5 minutes, please.
5 minutes. Okay. Sure.
5 minutes, thank you.
We'll start at 2:58.
Hi, for Devin, they were saying continue. So we finish at 3.
No, 5 minutes.
So we all.
We'll take 5 minutes and we'll still try to
break,
finish
thank
at 3, okay?
5 minutes, please. We can't crash anymore.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Well, I'll try and cut it short in the next one, so we'll do half an hour.
Yeah,
I should still that stuff. So the answers that we also gave, we're going to go to yes. Yeah. And then
Okay, colleagues, we're on 6 minutes. 5 minutes has gone to 6 minutes. I know we do want to finish soon. I'm just trying to sense if we're ready to go ahead. I got a sense that that's a yes from CPUT. Okay, colleagues, I think as others come in, they'll catch up as we go along. I've got a few slides just to kick us off. What we're going to be doing in this module is just talking about prompting strategies. So how do you try and get the most out of these chatbots? So I start with just some guidance on how to go about preparing that prompt. We heard about what was it, Cowboy Prompter or something earlier. That's a nice tool to use that could also try and improve the way you write prompts. But here we've got some ideas of what you should do to prepare a good prompt. So it boils down to three things, and if you keep this in mind, you'll be on the right track. So it's have a clear instruction, have a sense about what it is that you want to achieve with when you are trying to generate something with AI. Have a sense of what it should look like. So identify what that layout needs to be, and then feed it with information that will help it make more informed inputs based on what it is that you want. And then the key point here is you need to critically engage. Once you get your first output, you're not done. You've just begun. That's basically the point. You've got to now engage with the output that's generated. Does it speak to what you want it to do? Then improve, talk back to it, say, change this, I don't like that, whatever it might be, and continue until you're satisfied with the output that is generated. And importantly, when you are trying to compare it against the information that you put in, the important point is to verify. I don't have that on the slide, but I just wanted to say it. That's part of being critically engaged in the work that you do. And the key thing about prompting is the more specific you are in what you input, the better will be the output that is generated. And then just to give you some more guidance in how you can go about writing effective prompts, we went to go look at what the different institutions were advising students to do, and we really liked what CPUT was actually saying. They have this nice prompt framework. We're using the acronym PROMPT: purpose, role, organize, model, parameter, and tweak. And so if you apply this sort of thinking in the way you write your prompts, you'll get a better quality output. So purpose, state clearly what it is that you're trying to do, the role, in what perspective should the AI take when it's starting to generate something. Organize, make sure your prompt is clearly written. Sometimes you can say 10 million things in one paragraph. How will the AI interpret what's actually being said? So be clear and well organized in the way you present it. Give it some idea when you come to the model, some idea of what you want it to generate. So give it an example. That's always good. Parameter, set the boundaries. If you want it to be pulling in sources, perhaps give it a time frame of where to look at, and then that'll help it in where it's gathering information from. And then the tweak is the whole refine point that I mentioned on the last slide. Continue to adjust as you need. And once the AI does generate some of its output, you can also use this other framework which comes from CPUT, which uses the EDIT acronym. Evaluate in terms of, so when you're looking at the output, does it say what it needs to say? Are you verifying what's being stated? Determine accuracy against the literature, and this is also where the verify statement comes in. Check the statement versus the source. That's always important. I, for identify, look closely at the information, try to spot that misinformation, the inaccuracies, and so on. So pay close attention to the way it generates it. Don't just accept it on the first take. And then T for transform, revise the output to reflect the truth, revise it to reflect your voice. And so that was the point in the last session. How do we get your voice to come in? It's there. Once it's generated, think about how would I change this so it speaks to what I want it to do. Another way to think about this is this nice book that was written by Daniel Kahneman called the Thinking Fast and Slow. And in it, he talks about systems one thinking and systems two thinking. And to very quickly make the distinction between the two, systems one is when you ask a question and you didn't really think about what it's going to look like, what the output's going to be. It's whatever, is it raining today? You ask that question and you didn't give it much more thought than that. That's basically systems one, knee-jerk response. Systems two is where you are approaching it, but in a more thoughtful way. You're thinking what the output should look like. You're thinking about how you should manage the nuance in the question or in the issue that you're trying to generate. So it's all about being more deliberate. Systems one is natural, it's human, it's where we start, but you need to think about how you shift more into the systems two frame of mind so that you become more thoughtful, more specific in what it is that you're trying to do. And so to give you an example very quickly, I like using the example of memo writing. Most of us, whatever institution we're in, you might be a researcher, but you still need to write a memo to get something approved. So if you went to ChatGPT today and you said, write a memo to my boss to approve books, purchase of books, the question is, how good is this output going to be? Does the AI understand what the issue is that you're dealing with? Does it have the structure that you usually have in your institutions? These are things that you need to deal with. So it can write an answer when you put in a question like that, but is it a good answer? Does it have structure? Does it have context? Does it deal with the requirements in your institution? And so this is where the critically engaging comes in. And this is why we think it's more important for you to be approaching your prompt writing more deliberately, thinking about or using that prompt technique that CPUT is promoting, identifying the role, giving it a clear mission of what it needs to do, tell it how it should go about addressing it, give it some information about the structure. So this is a nice guide that we have. And in fact, in the exercises that follow, you can try out this example and you can try systems one and systems two. So in the systems two approach, don't just also accept this prompt as it is. All the stuff that I have in yellow or in the lesson plan document, update it. So if it's whatever the issue is, you be more specific about what it is that you want the CEO to deal with or to approve. Capture that, capture all the other missing information that's there, adapt this as you need. But this can be your starting point of how you would write a good memo, a good prompt to get you to a good memo. So, for example, you could click this link and it will take you to an example of the output. But just have a look at what gets generated in the systems two method. So you'll see it's got headings in here. It's more specific. It's perhaps it has a template which speaks to my institution of how we approach it. And this would just be the first step. You still got to go through the whole refinement process to improve the way this is generated. And before we go to the exercises, I also want to just share with you one insight that I've learned over the course of the last 2 years about how AI engages with literature, how it finds information. There's a term that it uses. It's called an aha moment. An aha moment is where it's being reading through the information that you've provided it, and there's certain things that you think, hey, this is standard, this is regular, this is what I was expecting. Then there's this unexpected insight which emerges from the information that's there. So if you ask for an aha moment when you're working with some set of information, it will find that that nugget of information that's in the that's in whatever document you're looking at. And so perhaps it's a new way of thinking about a particular concept. It's connecting a dot that wasn't typically connected, but perhaps there's some evidence to it. So if you upload some information and you ask it to identify that aha moment, you'll be very amazed with the quality of insights that come out. And so I wanted to share this bit of advice, and we've got it as one of the exercises that we have planned. So in terms of exercises, colleagues, we have about 20 minutes left in the day. Perhaps we can try 15 minutes to do these exercises, and perhaps 5 minutes for reflections after the exercises are done. So systems 1 and systems 2, I think, would be quite easy to do. If you look at the lesson plan, it would be pick your chatbot of choice, whatever it might be, and then copy paste the prompt that's in there. And the key thing here is for you to be able to compare the output between system 1 and system 2 and recognize the difference. When you get to systems 2, make sure you make those edits to the main prompt where highlighted, and that will help you get a better quality output. And so both of them, we're generating memos, and it'll give you a sense of how to go about generating it. If you have a particular template that you apply at your institution, you can adapt the layout of that prompt to match what your institution expects. The key thing here is play with it, adapt it. We've just given you the first step. It's now up to you to try and take it forward. The aha moments I've mentioned, we've got an exercise where we upload our paper and you put it in the chatbot and ask for aha moments, and you see what emerges. So you can try that one out. And then the last one, it's about getting the structure right for a journal article. And so we give you some guidance in how you can do that. So what I will do now is jump to the lesson plan and just quickly do these things together. So Chebakazi will follow the hands and just let me know if somebody has got a question. But let's do this together. So exercise 1 is about writing a memo to your boss to ask him or her to approve the purchase of books. So let me do that. I will go to chat.quinn.ai. Oh, it's not sharing anymore. Let me take it out. I put it back in. Just 1 minute, colleagues. Screen comes back. This thing is tired. I'll just share it in other way. Okay, colleagues. So we are trying to do the memo. So I'm just going to quickly put that in there. While that one is running, I'll do the second one as well, and then we can compare the difference. So the second one, if I go to the lesson plan, similar idea, we're writing with prompt here, but you can now adapt this. So the issue was the purchase of books. Background is we need to follow protocol on any new purchases, request approval. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up on the fly, colleagues. The things cost about 2,000 Rand. The books cost 2,000 Rand. And the issue will be addressed in line with institutional policies. This is just for argument's sake. I'm copying this. I will put it back in Quen. And so this should generate. So we'll have a look. Here's the first output. And as I mentioned before, you'll see it's very straightforward in what it's done. It hasn't really given you any structure, doesn't know who I am. It's just giving you a very generic output. The systems 2 approach is more methodical, purpose, background, financial implications, legal and policy implications. Now, all of this, we need to know whether the detail is actually speaking to the way the policies that you have, but it will also depend on the information that you share with it. So if you have more details about your institutional policies, upload it and it will be able to speak that language and integrate those points that you need. Yeah, so that's a quick one just to show you the difference between systems 1 and systems 2. Thinking I'm seeing a heart, so people are liking that one. Mod exercise 3 is speaking to the aha moments. And so what this does, what we're dealing with here is you upload a particular article. Once you've uploaded that article, you're going to use this prompt to help you identify the top 10 aha moments that have emerged. So I'm going to copy that, go back to my favorite free Chinese chatbot. Put that in there and then upload my document. And we are in module 4, so I'll look for it in module 4, journal article. And okay, the document is uploaded. It's going to read it. Now what's going to be, if you had the thinking mode set on, it will also take a bit longer in generating those aha moments because it'll think, what do I mean when I say top 10? Because top 10 can be somewhat subjective. But yeah, it's going to try and make sense of this based on the contents of it. So this is the same journal article that we shared earlier. It's about using AI to address issues of corruption. There was a team of us that brought it together. So let's see what it says in terms of what's the most important points here. Maybe this is a bit slow. Let me try another chatbot. So we'll have a race and see if Gemini is any faster than Quen. Okay, so Quen is done. Okay, so based on a thorough review of the article, here are the top 10 aha moments. AI can replace human whistleblowers in high-risk environments. So maybe that's somewhat counterintuitive. We wouldn't typically say AI should replace, but it's recognizing the risk that whistleblowers face, the dangers that they're in, and they're identifying it. They're noting SARS recovered 210 billion rands in 11 months using AI, and so this was a big finding. AI can predict corruption before it happens. Procurement corruption can be neutralized by AI auditors. A centralized national AI audit infrastructure is more effective than fragmented ones. So that's the top 5. These points seem to be speaking to my literature, but now it's giving me those key nuggets that I want to focus on. And so if I want to write a policy brief, perhaps based on this, I could look at this one about AI systems helping address the risk that the whistleblowers are facing, and then go deeper into that. So this gives you a start, colleagues, about what's possible. And yeah, so that's a sense of the the aha moments. And then the last one, colleagues, is journal article writing. And so it's more about not writing the paragraphs and the detailed story that's in there, but it's about getting the structure right. So you've got to think about what is the journal that I'm targeting, what is their priorities, and then how do I get my writing to focus on that particular issue. And so what you can do is copy this particular prompt. I'm just going to copy this out. I see other people are in this this session. And so what you do is create a new chat, pop this in, and then just make those edits. So I want to write academic article focused on, let's say, access to AI in South Africa. And I wanted, my topic is again, access to AI. And the journal or journal type, let me argue that the journal is going to focus on related to digital inclusion. And then research context. What is my question? I'll give it a very generic one. How might we improve AI adoption in South African communities? My approach, I want to conduct a literature review. Key findings, 2 to 3 main discoveries, target audience, academic level article type, let's say literature review, and then let's just run this and see what comes out. What this is going to do, it's going to give you a sense of a structure. I'm doing this very quickly now without giving it much thought. But what I'm trying to do here is show you this is one of the ways that you could apply it. And so you can see it's starting to think this through. It's coming up with sections. It's coming up with word counts. It's giving me an overview of what could be there. So it's helping me think about the big topics that need to be addressed. And then I can now start to think about what are the key issues that I want to integrate into this. I think the second part of the exercise is once it's generated, is to now apply that prompt edit guidelines from CPUT. And so we apply that way of thinking. I'm just going to copy this now and stick this in as soon as it's done so that just to have it think about how it can be improved. But yeah, you work with it, you engage with it, and it will give you a sense of what's possible. I see a question from Lerato. Perhaps you can come in while this is generating.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I mean, what does this actually mean for originality of thought? Especially, I think most people in this webinar or in this course rather sound as though they're academics. I mean, what does this mean, even in terms of just closing in on intellectual property? This is quite, mind-blowing.
So the question is, at what level do you engage with this?
What does it mean for originality? It's a research was that you are inputting.
Sorry, yeah. So what we're doing here is I'm just giving you a sense of how you engage with it, how you work with getting the prompts right, getting the detail right. When it comes to writing, what I'm doing is trying to show you how to get that first step in so that it opens your eyes about what the structure should be, what are the big things that you should be covering. But then you've got to think, what is my unique take that I'm going to put in here? How will I adapt this output so that it speaks to the problem that I'm trying to solve? So there's much more engagement that needs to happen. For me, I'm seeing this as helping you get some of the basics out of the way so you now can start to grapple with this particular topic. And you can see the big issues and it'll help you zoom into what's particularly possible. And what we're doing here is we're using the prompting technique so that we're being specific about the structuring that should be developed. And then based on that, it's giving us that outline that gets us to conduct the first step. There was a second. Tandalushle. Yeah, Tandalushle, you want to come in?
Okay, thank you so much for such an insightful presentation. All of you guys, you're doing so well. I just want to ask, I saw also it popped up when you were doing the first search. With my little English knowledge, there is this dash or a line in between words, like, yeah, that one. Okay, go back. Somewhere there is this dash, like where you say it's specific, then it says dash avoid generic calls for more research. Like these dashes that are coming up these days. I've seen a lot of journal articles, government publication, like a lot of people are now copying it as it is and then pasting it. Is it supposed to be there, or are we supposed to delete that dash? And isn't it a code that means something is missing, we need to add it to, or something like that? Because it becomes a very, very, very funny funny thing to see it in some articles where you can actually see the trace that this is actually copied and pasted or something like that. Should we delete it, or should we leave it there and acknowledge that it's AI?
So what is the problem with that is that we are not doing that final step, right? What the process is, don't just put in the prompt and see the output. The process is put it in and critically engage. Put it in and add your voice. Also understand your audience. And so if your audience is not expecting these dashes and you want to see good quality text, you need to be working with it, you need to be revising it. Potentially, what's happening is that people are taking it on the first take and not really engaging with it or getting it to the level of detail that we should be. And so our message here is engage critically, think about what it is that you're trying to do, add your voice to it. This is not it shouldn't just be one take, copy, paste, done. It's start it, engage, repeat, continue until you feel like the output is strong and it solves the problem that you're trying to address. Okay, colleagues, I think that was a whirlwind. I'm trying to keep my promise of closing at 3 o'clock. If there's no more hands or no more contributions, we can try and wrap up for the day. Perhaps let me just do one round through all of the centers. Pretoria, any new contributions?
Krish, can you just move up this the screen?
I generated all the stuff. I could, because I could get all my own stuff. I just want to see how you did it. Sorry. So she showed me. how to go to have to cut and paste the information. Okay. And then you've got to put a lot of detail on your screen. It was yellow for you to customize. Okay.
Is there a question, Khadija?
No, there's no question. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. There's one hand from Notando first. Oh, wait, okay, sorry. The first one is in Pietermaritzburg and then Notando.
Okay, thanks, Krish, and colleagues for a wonderful presentation. We'll take this as our opportunity that we're going to be afforded. I just wanted to respond on the issue of the originality of the article. When you are using this, this will help you just as a guide, a skeleton, right? But again, remember, you still need to have references. Academic work is so rigorous in a sense that it needs some references. And again, remember that this will still be peer reviewed. So it will still undergo certain processes where it is reviewed as it is reviewed, the reviewers will pick it up then if you did not use your own voice or did not follow the correct procedures in terms of referencing where you have to reference. So you cannot just take it as it is. And with the issues of the dashes and all, they are there to separate certain portions in terms of the sentences, you know. So it might be a comma, it might be a semicolon, it might be a colon, but that needs you to read carefully. Yeah. You know? So before you even submit, even if you are assessing rather than writing, you're the one writing. If you read something, if it has those dashes, you have to read and make sense of it. So as you make sense of it, then you can replace that dash with it's either this should be a comma or a colon, depending on the context of what is being written. You know, so this does require you to have a thorough reading. If you are writing, it just gives you an idea where to start and how to have like maybe thematize your topics. You know, so okay, I need to talk about this and that and that. And some of the things you might or may exclude them because this is mostly generic. So some of the things might not be fitting in the context of which you are writing, about. For example, if you're writing about rural areas, and some of the things here or the topics that are addressed here are urban area based, you need to remove those ones. You only use what is applicable to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sianda. I agree with you. I like the word that you used there, skeleton. It's the first step. It gives you an outline. Think of this as a brainstorming process. It's trying to figure out what it is that you want to say, what are the big topics that should be covered, and you start engaging, and it's just getting your mind working and pulling you to the right direction. You still got to go find that literature and try to figure out how to process it. And we're going to do more of that tomorrow as well, where we'll talk about how you find literature, how you find those nuggets of information, and how that can then feed into the work that you do. Two more hands. Notando, do you want to come in?
Hi again. Thank you so much for the wonderful workshop. I've learned a lot. So my question is to the PMB team. So I'm from also UKZN PMB, but I think I got lost a lot yesterday and this morning, and I couldn't find the venue where they at and when I'm here, but my network is very unstable. Maybe it's better where they at. Can you please help me with where the building is, the psychology building, because I couldn't find it.
Sianda, can I ask that you drop your email address in the chat, and Notando can get in touch with you, and we can deal with that one. Are you still muted there? While Sianda is trying to unmute, Professor Musa.
Hi, thank you very much. Really good work. Thank you, Krish team. It's great to be part of this. Just regarding, I've been using AI and when it gets to this response that, what about originality? I tend to think that the fact that AI does things that blows our mind means that our minds have not lifted themselves up above this to say that really we need to think at higher levels. We need to be able to reflect better. And, for the lazy person, it's easy to say, well, let me pass this off. But if you sit and look at what you are achieving with AI and you see the opportunity to do better, you can do so much better. And I think that if we don't embrace AI in our work much more strongly and not try to just hide it and kind of deflect from it, we're going to be able to lift our thinking much better. And I think that if we don't, we will risk, increasing the divide, because there are people out there who are going to use it and to bring it above board and not leave it, not create barriers that make people use it on the side is going to make it, by making it center in our work, we're actually going to be able to get people to think better, more honestly, without trying to hide the use of it. So I hope that people see it in that way. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Musa. I'm 100% on board with your sentiment there. That's exactly why we're doing these sessions. It's to try and build the awareness so more people can try and figure out this is how I apply it. I feel that we never really do this justice. We never have enough time to go into all the details, but I would ask colleagues to try it out, keep practicing, continuing. We're trying to show you what's possible, but the more you practice, the better you get at this. Last comment of the day, I'll leave that to Patrick. Welcome, Patrick. Thank you for being with us for the whole day.
Thank you so much, Chris, and for this wonderful presentation. This workshop has been an eye-opener, I would say, for me, and of course, some of the rest of the participants. So my question is, if I am carrying out a research to publish in a particular journal, I believe each of the journals may have their own requirements, their own policies regarding AI. Do I have to consider the policies of the journal or the other policies? For instance, if I'm doing it, I'm currently in Rwanda, Rwanda. So if I'm doing a research, do I have to let the policy of the journal that I'm aiming to publish in override that of the policy of the country I am in? Or, I mean, I want to get a clarity on that. So that's one. The second thing is, I mean, there is still this issue of I'm not too sure, but it looks like we are not yet certain. We seem to have some reservations about how ethical this whole thing of the AI could be. How do we move away from that to really embrace this AI thing? Because I know and I believe that has come to stay. So whether we believe it or not, this is the reality. There is still this of the reservation, kind of doubts, if I'll call it. And maybe I believe the rest of the days may clear this, but we still seem to be, very hesitant. So these are my two questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. I didn't catch all of the second comments, but on the first one, I think just as good practice, and it speaks to what Petronella and Solang spoke about in the previous session. Do familiarize yourself with the guidelines of the different journals. Some are more accepting of AI-generated content than others. Be familiar with it. Don't expect it to apply to a particular way. And the different journals seem to have very different perspectives about AI. And it's all down to the editorial board and how they approach the topic. And then this question, I think you're talking about how do we get more people to embrace AI and understand this whole ethical issue. My sense it's an evolving space, right? And perspectives will change. There is a what's the word? Is taboo the right word? About AI generated content, but it's among a group of people perhaps that don't quite see the potential in AI to uplift the game. And we always go back to the example of the calculator. When the calculator first came out, there was a lot of resistance. We are destroying our ability to think. How will our children ever be able to do maths again? But now the calculator becomes another tool in your repertoire, and you need to know how to use that to perform calculations. So is ChatGPT and the like the new calculator of our age? Perhaps. And we'd like to think of it as a new tool that we need to understand how well to work with and try to get the most out of it. And so my feeling is that with more awareness building, perhaps you can start to be the change that you need to see. And so that there's this cultural shift which will start to take place. Awareness is key, and that's why we do what we do here. Thank you, colleagues. Today, I hope you've enjoyed the session. We've tried to get you up to speed with the big arguments that are in play in the space. It gives us a foundation for what we want to do tomorrow, where we explore literature and try to figure out how we use these different tools to engage with different types of content. We start off with quantitative research in the morning, around about 9 o'clock. And then it's a long session of quantitative research before and after tea. After lunch, we look at different AI agents and how to use those. And then we close tomorrow focusing on proposal writing. I got a sense today that we try to close as early as possible. Many colleagues needed to jump off sooner, so we'll see what we can do tomorrow to try and shrink the sessions to try and get the most out of it. But thank you once again, everyone. It's been really wonderfully deep conversations, I think, that we've had. It's all the engagement that's going on. I appreciate each and every one of you for sticking with us and contributing in your way. Look forward to continuing the conversation tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Krish, can you share Turan's email address?
Whose email address?
Turan's email address.
Someone is looking for it.
Okay, we'll pop it in the chat.
We can also.
Okay.
We'll be able to see it tomorrow, right?
Okay, thank you, colleagues. That's it for today. And
thanks.
Bright and early tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Grace. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Oh, this was fabulous. I'm graduated.
Thank you.
I'm fighting with Siri. My job was to fight with Siri.
Yeah. Siri.